How about it? Do you have any certainty of restraining Devil Glorious Blaze's incarnations? If they manage to escape, we'll end up scaring them all away. One of the two figures sent a voice transmission to the other, speaking with a sharp voice. The other figure snorted and gloomily said, King Glorious Blaze's so-called incarnations are created from soul-mending techniques, forcefully refining them until they are obedient puppets. Their intelligence is greatly reduced as a result. Although they possess nascent soul cultivation, they are easily handled by cultivators of equivalent strength. It won't be difficult to take them on together. But now that the old devil is releasing his own incarnations by themselves, it will benefit us greatly. Killing them would be the same as cutting off his arms. The voice was deep and low. Brother Heavenwind's words are very sensible, the sharp voice said. However, I am quite curious about the person those incarnations are chasing. It was enough to make the old devil send men away from the tomb at a crucial moment and lose sight of his objective. Who knows? Regardless of who it is, they have no influence over our plans. King Glorious Blaze's cultivation will greatly decrease when he leaves his tomb. This is an extremely rare opportunity. That old devil is extremely sly and never leaves his tomb for more than a moment at a time. If it wasn't for the trap I set, I fear we wouldn't have any opportunities in the slightest. After all, his abilities are no lesser than a late nascent soul cultivator while he is in his tomb. The sharp voice sinisterly chuckled and said, If old Devil Glorious Blaze knew that we have already leaked this plan to the other two noble clans, I wonder what expression he would make. The clans have already invited their sect backers and are waiting for him to take the bait. Besides, even if he manages to escape them through a fluke, we'll be waiting outside his tomb. It will be impossible for him to escape. That's right. Us brothers schemed over 10 years for this plot. Furthermore, ever since we laid out the trap, we've always been outside, keeping an eye on his actions and allowing us to move at an opportune time. With him gone, his beloved concubine and his child won't be able to stand against us three. Then, the treasures he's accumulated for countless years and the thousands of corpse soldiers inside the tomb will be ours. And I've heard that his heavenly corpse body will soon be completed. From his cautious nature, the heavenly corpse pearl for the body should be hidden somewhere in the tomb. So long as we can find it and rid it of his soul, we can also make use of the body to cultivate body hardening and strengthening techniques. It is the ideal treasure for that type of cultivation. The deep voice of Brother Heavenwind spoke with a greedy tone. The sharp voice said, Hee hee. My cultivation technique doesn't emphasize cultivating body strengthening techniques, so I have no interest in the heavenly corpse pearl. I only want the thousands of corpse soldiers his tomb contains. With those soldiers, I could become a faction of power without leaving seclusion. When Brother Heavenwind heard this, he spoke with excitement, but I know what fellow Taoist Ian would say. He'd only want the corpse spirit arts so that he will be able to control the corpse soldiers with ease. Otherwise, he would have to go and ask us for help to use them. That sounds right. The owner of the sharp voice then examined the green silhouettes from a distance and proposed, now should be time to act. Since Brother Wild Sand is closely following after the old devil, there should be no problems. We should take action before something unexpected occurs. Let's quickly get rid of the old devil's incarnations and then returning to the tomb to lie in ambush. If we let the old devil make it back, things will turn for the worse. Yes, it is nearly time. The old devil should have left the Snowmound Mountains. Let's set off. Heavenwind paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, the two green incarnations were violently howling, but soon, they suddenly felt astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations from behind them. They couldn't help but to turn around to look. As a result, they saw a large black mist and an astonishing storm of wind chasing after them. It filled up the entire sky and appeared almost as if it aimed to envelop the two. Hanli was currently standing in front of a stone door behind the waterfall, completely ignorant of the great problem that another party had unintentionally resolved. Although he would have been able to easily dispatch of the two incarnations, it would consume the last opportunity for him to lift the Solok seal. His eyes were focused on a corner of the stone door, and there was a slight protrusion there with an inch-large hole on top of it. He reached for his storage pouch and took a sparkling silver key into his hand. He flicked his finger and shot it into the hole in a silver streak. The key smoothly entered, leaving the outer half outside of the hole. He smiled when he saw this and pointed his finger at the key, shooting out a streak of azure light towards it. Then, the key slowly turned a half circle and the stone white gate began to glow in a layer of white light. With a faint tremble, the stone doors slowly opened, leaving a small opening for someone to walk through. Hanli glanced at the opening before calmly heading in. After walking over 30 meters inside, there was a 3-meter-large transportation formation in front of him. There were 8 grooves around the spell formation that were completely empty. When he saw this, he let out a faint smile. If one didn't have deep knowledge of formations, they would put their spirit stones on all the grooves, resulting in the formation's spatial power to completely disintegrate them. Whoever designed this hidden storage was quite shrewd. He walked up to the spell formation and his eyes flickered several times. His sleeve trembled and 5 low-grade spirit stones shot into 5 separate grooves. Then, he struck the spell formation with a spell seal and the transportation formation began to hum. With Hanli's attainments in spell formations, he could see if there was anything amiss with the formation. He was able to quickly tell that it was safe and then walked into the center of the formation. White light then wrapped around him and he disappeared from sight. The distance he was teleported was quite short. As expected, he didn't feel much of a headache from the teleportation due to his strong spiritual sense. Then in a flash of white light, he appeared in a large hole. He swept his gaze across it and took the entire scene in. It only spanned about 60 meters long and was made completely out of cleanly cut warmstone. There weren't many things in the hall, 2 rows of green shelves and 3-meter-long silver chests. To Hanli's surprise, the Feng clan's secret cave was quite small. The wooden shelves were made of precious wood. Its color hadn't changed despite its vast age and it still possessed some sort of fragrance. An arrangement of over 30 magic tools were placed in one of the shelves, all of them at mid-grade quality or higher. There were several unknown magic treasures mixed amongst them and they appeared exceptionally eye-catching. On the other shelf, there were over 100 various jade slips that were densely arranged. He didn't take another look at the magic tools and treasures, nor did he pay any attention to the silver chests. Instead, he walked over to the jade slips. He swept his gaze past them and casually took one into his hand before quickly sweeping his spiritual sense through it. His powerful spiritual sense allowed him to look through the jade slips in the time it took to finish a meal. To his surprise, none of them contained anything that was related to Buddhist techniques. Could it be that Feng Yu had lied? Hanli shook his head and tossed the thought to the back of his mind. He had used the dream tear technique to make sure that Feng Yu had been telling the truth. It was impossible for him to deceive him. After some further thought, his eyes dropped down to 3 silver chests. Pondering to himself for a moment, he walked over and opened each of them with a wave of his sleeve. One of the chests were filled with several hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. Another one was filled with jade boxes of varying size. Hanli swept his spiritual sense past them and discovered that they contained rare materials and pills. At a first glance, it was about as valuable as the chest of spirit stones. After looking through these 2 chests and failing to find what he wanted, he unconsciously wore a gloomy expression. After he looked into the final chest, he found various talismans sparkling with light. He immediately expressed disappointment after seeing this, but regardless, he carefully swept his spiritual sense through the chest. Then, his expression stirred and he reached his hand out towards it. In a gust of wind, an object underneath the talismans flew into his grasp. It was a scarlet wooden box that was a half-foot long. It had a faint yellow talisman sealing it, and the surface of the box was engraved with Buddhist talisman characters. He glanced at the talisman on the box and saw that it was a common chi concealing talisman. He tore it off without hesitation and opened the box. As a result, he saw 7 colored lights shoot out from the box. The source of the light was a milky white thumb-sized pearl. A crystal relic. Han Li yelped in joy. The crystal relic wasn't the only thing inside of the box. There was also 2 Buddhist sect magic tools and a yellow jade slip. The magic tools were a Dharma wheel and a bracelet of golden prayer beads. They both glowed with faith's spiritual light. As for the jade slip, it appeared unremarkable, but Han Li's interest was completely captured by it. With a sweep of his hand, he took the jade slip and impatiently sank his spiritual sense into it. Righteous Prevalence Technique. Reincarnation Cycle Arts. Bright Jade Arts. Han Li quickly swept his spiritual sense through the jade slip and muttered the name of the techniques it contained. These names alone suggested they were Buddhist techniques. When Monarch's soul divergence heard the name of the latter, he shouted out in amazement, "I heard of that name before." The Bright Jade Arts is a very rare technique passed down by Vajra protectors in Buddhist sections. It is also exceptionally difficult to cultivate. How was the Feng clan ancestor able to acquire it? Give me the jade slip and let me see whether it can be used to dissolve baleful qi. Han Li was overjoyed to hear this and promptly handed the jade slip over to the bamboo tube on his back. After that, Monarch's soul divergence was absorbed in comprehending the contents of the jade slip. As Han Li waited, he began to look for the most valuable items in the Feng clan's secret cave. He would have wanted to loot the entirety of these items for himself, but it was a pity that he had limited space in his storage pouch. Apart from the spirit stones, he would have to carefully choose what he would bring along. Han Li took away the several magic treasures and a few of the materials and talismans that were useful to him. As for the magic tools, he took 3 of exceptional quality and left the rest behind. With that done, he turned his attention to the large pile of jade slips. When he was looking through them with his spiritual sense, he found a technique that interested him. After he had seen all of them, he sat down cross-legged and began to silently meditate the technique that caught his attention. As time slowly passed by, Monarch's soul divergence eventually broke the silence in the room, immediately attracting Han Li's attention. He slowly said, "The Bright Jade Arts is quite a bit heretical. It is said to be a Buddhist technique, but the cultivation method is overbearing to the point where it can be considered a partial devilish art." A devilish art? Han Li's heart sank and he asked, "What do you mean? Is the technique able to dissolve the baleful qi in my body?" There is no need to be impatient. The technique will truly be able to resolve your problem. However, the method to dissolve the baleful qi is somewhat similar to the method of the devil Tao. You will not be expelling the baleful qi but refining it for your own uses. This method of cultivation is clearly dangerous as this qi isn't something that is easily controlled. You should consider the advantages of finding another Buddhist technique. Monarch's soul divergence muttered for a moment and tossed the jade slip out from the storage pouch. Han Li caught the jade slip and his heart trembled. He then vigilantly asked, "Refine the baleful qi for my own uses. After I cultivate this technique, won't I be set on the path of the elder devils?" There is no worry of that. The Bright Jade Arts is truly a Buddhist protector technique and will not set you on the path of the devil Tao. Although its methods are somewhat extreme and share a few similarities with devil Tao techniques, it will only have the baleful qi to assist in your cultivation. It won't have you directly use the baleful qi to attack others. This way, you will be able to eliminate a majority of its harmful effects despite its overbearing nature. TCH. Buddhist sects have truly capable individuals and are even able to fold devilish techniques into Buddhist ones. I reckon they had someone on my level to accomplish this. This is a grand technique that rivals the abilities of even my great development technique. Monarch's soul divergence said with admiration. When Hanli heard Monarch's soul divergence, he felt a wave of doubt and promptly sank his spiritual sense into the jade slip, examining the contents for the bright jade arts. After a moment, he shouted in surprise, This technique seems quite familiar. Where have I seen this before? You've seen this before? Monarch's soul divergence asked in amazement. That's right. I remember now. This technique is similar to the demon race cultivation art. Hanli then touched his storage pouch and took out a palm-sized copper plate into his hand. It was the sacred provenance plate, one he acquired from the scattered star seas. One first appeared in chapter 546. Hanli later acquired it from the venomous flood dragon. Without another word, Hanli began to compare the scripts on the plate and the jade slip. After a moment, he discovered that the techniques were different, but they clearly stemmed from the same source. Of the two techniques, the bright jade arts was far more shallow, but the two gave the same indistinct feeling that something was missing, causing him to feel confused over the matter. When Monarch's soul divergence saw Hanli shifting his attention between the jade slip and copper plate, he felt that something was odd and couldn't help but ask, "What is that copper plate?" After a moment of hesitation, Hanli sighed and tossed the copper plate into the bamboo tube. "Senior, have a look. My aptitude is too poor, so I am unable to see how they relate. Perhaps, Senior will be able to clear my confusion." Monarch's soul divergence began to examine the technique on the copper plate. These are demon characters. This should be a technique that came from an exceptional demon clan. Let me look. About a quarter of an hour later, Monarch's soul divergence came to a clear conclusion. With a decisive tone, he stated, "I have a general idea of what is similar. The Buddhist bright jade arts is an altered version of the demon clan technique. Furthermore, it is based on the portion of the copper plate that is missing." At that moment, Hanli finished his thoughts as well and said, "So it was like that. However, the last portion of the bright jade arts isn't capable of being joined together with the copper plate. It should still be lacking an addition section. I didn't think that youngster Han would be able to see that too." That's right, the set of demon clan cultivation arts could be divided into 3 sections. The bright jade arts are using the most basic body refinement portion of the demon clan technique. As for the copper plate, it details the incantations for the final ability and is missing the middle portion that details the bodily transformations. These techniques are quite extraordinary. How interesting. 3 heads and 6 arms, isn't that the same technique the elder devil used? I've heard that the demon clan were those most in touch with the elder devil realm. It seems the rumors were true. Monarch's soul divergence chuckled with great amusement. After hearing that, Hanli added on, "Then the technique should have been something the elder devils passed on to the beast clans. Later, a Buddhist sect acquired a portion of the technique's foundations and changed it into the current bright jade arts. For the devils, demons, and Buddhists to hold this technique with such importance, it seems to have come from a single great origin." Hanli then sank into thought for a long while before sighing and saying, "But regardless of the might of the technique, the pestilence demons in my body may soon fail to contain the baleful qi and I don't have much more time. I will have to cultivate the bright jade arts to resolve this crisis as soon as possible." Monarch's soul divergence pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, it is as you say. Spending more time to find another technique will prove far too dangerous. Furthermore, the technique might prove difficult for others, but with the vast amount of baleful qi at your disposal, it should be much easier to cultivate. I hope that is the case, but it seems it requires a Vajra relic in order to cultivate. Will there be any problems if I attempt to cultivate it? Didn't you just acquire a Vidra relic? This is an opportunity. I might have not suggested you to cultivate the technique otherwise. Although you would barely be able to use the Phone clan ancestors' crystal relic to cultivate it, it would be far less effective than not using a Vidra relic. Once your spirit beast finishes consuming the corpse flames in the Vidra barrier, you will be able to finish refining it. I will impart another set of techniques to you for do so, allowing you to cultivate the bright jade arts without a problem. When I journeyed in the past, I became very interested in crystal relics and such. I even infiltrated one of the 10 great Buddhist sects for over 10 years. There is no need to worry too much over the matter, given how much I researched into it. Even if you didn't cultivate the bright jade arts, you would need a crystal relic to cultivate other Buddhist techniques for dissolving baleful qi. And given how widespread Buddhist sects are in the Great Jin, it shouldn't be too difficult to find one. Monarch's soul divergence seemed to have already given the matter much thought. After some careful consideration, Hanli felt that there was no problem in cultivating the technique and said, "If that's the case, I can be at ease. Since the technique is suitable, I may as well hurry and leave. Ever since I entered these mountains, I felt that something was amiss. This is not a good omen. I better look for a spirit vein to cultivate with." Afterwards, he swept his gaze through the hall one last time before walking back into the transportation formation and disappearing in a flash of white light. In the time it took to finish a meal, Hanli was directly flying out from the Snowmound Mountains in a streak of azure light. As he flew, he was discussing with Monarch's soul divergence about where he could find a spirit vein and secretly cultivate. After flying over 100 kilometers, a large world-shaking boom echoed from the air and an entire group of mountains collapsed. Hanli was caught off guard from the boom and lost balance as he felt a ring buzzing in his ear. With a vastly changed expression, he turned to look in the direction of the sound. Then, he flew off in the opposite direction with greater speed. As he flew a dozen kilometers away, he felt astonishing spiritual qi fluctuations from behind him. Then, a cloud of gray qi, a cloud of black qi and a white windstorm began to tear through the sky pursuing one another as they headed in Hanli's direction. With his current cultivation, they quickly closed the distance to only 2 kilometers away. Not good. Hanli shouted in his mind as his heart suddenly dropped. He had intended to avoid the ongoing quarrel, but now trouble had come to find him. From the pressure the three parties emitted, it was clear they were all nascent soul cultivators. However, the strength of the gray qi was fluctuating as if its owner was injured. It appeared the other two parties were moving in for the kill. Unable to completely avoid them, Hanli steeled his heart and flew to the side. He wanted to see whether or not the three would fly past and ignore an insignificant Foundation establishment cultivator like him. After Hanli flew for another 40 meters, he came to a sudden stop and looked all around him with a bewildered expression. The cloud of gray qi soon took the lead and brushed past him. Concealed inside the gray qi was a pale cultivator wearing a tall crown. When he coldly glanced at Hanli in passing, an odd expression appeared on his face before he continued shooting over 100 meters away. Following that, a series of world-shaking tremors erupted around him and a 3-meter-wide yellow gourd flew over from 300 meters away. The mouth of the gourd trembled and a cloud of yellow sand burst out, rushing in the direction of the fleeing gray qi. Soulfall sand. When the figure in the gray qi saw the incoming sand, he abruptly sped up with a fearful expression in an attempt to avoid it. Hee hee. Brother Glorious Blaze, you're too slow. Accompanied by a wild howl of laughter, a large yellow-robed man with a thick beard emerged from the gourd. The large man then formed an incantation gesture before a huge bang sounded out, as the sky was suddenly covered in a deep yellow cloud of sand, inside of which formation flags could occasionally be seen. King Glorious Blaze, the cultivator within the gray qi, was alarmed by the sudden development and hastily shot downward only to be met with the sight of yellow sand. The incoming cloud of sand had already enveloped an area of over a kilometer around him. King Glorious Blaze came to a stop and gave a menacing glare at the yellow-robed man standing on top of the huge gourd. Their standoff only lasted for a moment before the white windstorm and the black devilish cloud quickly arrived beside him, leaving King Glorious Blaze completely surrounded. The large yellow-robed man calmly said, "Brother Glorious Blaze, when you fought the Grand Yang Sex Mr. Song, you were struck by the Sunthrust ruler and your incomplete heavenly corpse body was heavily injured. And now, you find yourself surrounded. So long as you spit out your heavenly corpse pearl and let us place you under a restriction, we'll let you live. After all, you've associated with us for a while now, and I would find it somewhat cruel to just scatter your soul." King Glorious Blaze appeared exceptionally calm after hearing this and coldly said, "Master Wild Sand, I knew it was you. Ever since I left that ancient tomb, I had felt a faint sense of unease. It seems you were watching me this entire time. From how you lured me out into this trap, it appears you've been planning this for a long time. But aren't you a bit too patient though? You were watching me for 10 years while you were scheming. As such, it can't be considered a surprise that I fell prey to you. But do you really think that a trifling yellow sand formation will be enough to stop me?" After hearing this, the yellow-robed man replied, "It seems my words fell on deaf ears and now we definitely can't allow you to escape. Brother Glorious Blaze, don't blame me for being ruthless. We hadn't expected that you would carry something as important as the heavenly corpse pearl on your person. Also, don't forget that in order to make sure this plan was perfect, I filled my gourd with the blue crystal heavens and that Madam Heavenstone spent over 100 years refining. If fellow Taoist truly thinks that you can escape with earth movement techniques, then you're delusional." King Glorious Blaze's expression revealed shock, but after a moment of doubt, he smirked in disbelief and said, "Blue crystal heavens and as if Madam Heavenstone would allow you to borrow something as precious to her as her own life. You sure know how to bluff. Hee hee." Master Wild Sand coldly laughed when he heard this and didn't bother to refute it, causing King Glorious Blaze's heart to tremble. Despite the obvious advantage the three devils had, they now found themselves at a standstill. It seemed like they either feared what would happen if he fought with his life on the line or were planning something else. When King Glorious Blaze saw this, he rejoiced. Before he had fled, he sent a voice transmission for reinforcements and it shouldn't be long before they arrived. Silence filled the air as the four maintained their standoff. Apart from these four old eccentrics, there was a fifth person trapped in the yellow sand. That person was Hanli, who had been caught off guard and was trapped in the large sand formation alongside them. Hanli felt particularly gloomy and had remained silent this entire time, hoping he wouldn't attract any attention. He was currently waiting for an opportunity to slip away when their fight began. But before he could make his escape, a sharp voice from the cloud of black devilish chi said, "That junior over there is in the way. Before we finish our business, let's get rid of him first." The large yellow-robed man glanced at Hanli and dully said, "Right. Let's kill the pest before it can become a hindrance." When Hanli heard this, his heart was set ablaze with anger. It appeared he would have to utilize his last opportunity to lift the Solok seal or die. Without any further hesitation, he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and softly muttered an incantation, causing his face to quickly cycle through the images of 5 glowing green ghost faces. Then, 5 egg-sized green balls of light flew out from his body and disappeared without a trace. While this was all happened, the old devil in the black cloud had already attacked. A portion of the black cloud condensed into a huge black python, which fiercely pounced towards Hanli with a gaping maw displaying its incisive fangs. When the yellow-robed man and the cultivator within the white windstorm saw this, they didn't bother to launch their own attacks against a meager Foundation establishment cultivator. But when King Glorious Blaze saw what was happening, his brow faintly stirred and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The huge black python quickly arrived above Hanli with its mouth wide open, but then Hanli raised his hand and released a bolt of golden lightning. It struck the huge python, whose body trembled before scattering into dust. Soon after, Hanli began to circulate the magic power in his body and released an astonishing aura, covering his body in sparkling azure light and abundant spiritual chi. After easily striking down the python, he looked at the old devils in front of him and calmly said, "You four can have your fight, but there is no need to involve me. I'm only passing through." The old devils around him simultaneously looked at Hanli in shock. At that moment, they realized the cultivator had coincidentally trapped in the spell formation was an existence on par with their own. He was simply concealing himself through some unknown technique. Did this person harbor any malicious intentions, or was he truly only here by coincidence? The three devils began to ponder about the situation and remained silent as they were absorbed in their thoughts. King Glorious Blaze felt his heart tremble. Although he knew that Hanli was the cultivator who took the Vidra barrier and should be somewhat capable, he didn't expect that he would possess such an impressive cultivation. King Glorious Blaze's expression wavered upon this discovery. Hanli hastily spread his spiritual sense past the yellow sand restrictions and faintly frowned. There truly was some heaven's end inside of it and would need to spend quite a bit of effort to break through it. After some thought, Hanli calmly spoke to the man standing on top of the large gourd, "Fellow Daoist, you should have heard me. I don't plan on meddling in your affairs, so you should allow me to leave." After a moment of hesitation, the yellow-robed man slowly said, "Fellow Daoist, could you tell us your surname and why you were in the Snowmound Mountains?" "My surname is Han and the mountains were merely along the way." "That answer should be to your satisfaction," Hanli answered with a cold and impatient tone. There was only a limited amount of time before the Solok seal would come back into effect, so Hanli couldn't remain stuck in this situation for long. "Release the restrictions and allow you to leave." The yellow-robed man's expression turned unsightly. He blinked several times and then said, "I fear that won't do. The sand formation isn't easy to release. If we were to relax the restrictions, we would be giving him an opportunity to escape. How about fellow Daoist, bear with it for the time being and we release you after we exterminate this old devil?" King Glorious Blaze chuckled and said, "If fellow Daoist Han believes those three, then you are truly bringing about your own death. After these three kill me, they will certainly deal with you too in order to keep this ugly affair quiet. If you are wise, you will join together with me in order to break the barrier. My cave residence is near here, and so long as you help me break this spell formation, you will have nothing to fear from them once we arrive there. If it is to your liking, I can even make a devil heart oath and will compensate you heavily when we leave." Hanli raised his brow when he heard this, as the yellow-robed man's words had left his heart particularly sullen. It would be best for fellow Daoist to clearly understand what there is to gain before he takes action. If you help him, don't blame us if we act ruthlessly afterwards. You should understand the might of both parties, not to mention that it will be extremely difficult to escape from our sand formation. Surely, you don't want to die here with him. My conditions are quite simple. You only need to wait here for a little while, and when the time comes, we will release you. I'm also willing to swear a devil heart oath on this." King Glorious Blaze looked at Hanli and addressed the yellow-robed man's threats by saying, "Fellow Daoist, do not be coerced by them. Soon, my reinforcements will arrive. So long as you protect me for a short while, you will have nothing to worry about." Hanli's appearance was the surprise factor that could tip the scales in the favor of either side. At the moment, Hanli had his arms crossed with a pensive expression. When Master Wild Sand heard King Glorious Blaze, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes, but he forced himself to remain still. Although this youth hadn't fully displayed his abilities, Master Wild Sand didn't dare to underestimate after the golden lightning he displayed earlier. Under these circumstances, he could no longer continue to hide his plan and spoke bluntly, "Brother Glorious Blaze, could it be you haven't discovered the 7 devil wind seeds and 3 yellow earth fiends? In the instant you left your tomb, fellow Taoist Heaven Wind, and I placed a spell formation outside of it. Your reinforcements should still be trapped in the tomb. Although it's possible they'll be able to break through it, they're going to be stalled for at least half a day. Besides, hee." With that said, he began to let out a cold laugh. Besides what? King Glorious Blaze's heart grew sullen and he glared at the large man while clenching his fists. Master Wild Sand looked up at the sky and sneered, "Besides, it's currently almost noon and the eruption of Yin Qi in the earth veins will soon arrive. Brother Glorious Blaze, your heavenly corpse arts will suffer a great loss in power as a result." King Glorious Blaze's expression froze and a faint layer of black qi appeared around him. With a fierce smile on his face, he furiously said, "Good, very good. I didn't think that you knew about both my heavenly corpse arts and the earth veins Yin Qi. However, these are mere superficial details. I'll have you personally witness the might of my heavenly corpse arts." With no hope of reinforcements, he flew into a fury and began to unleash his strength, unresigned to just sit there and wait for death. Of course, unless he did this much he wouldn't be able to win over Hanli. King Glorious Blaze promptly spat out a ball of black blood that formed a fist-sized black talisman character before shooting onto his forehead and leaving a distinct mark behind. The talisman character released a black demonic light, causing the old man's body to release roiling gray corpse chi while he began to savagely roar. Although Master Wild Sand didn't know what ability he was trying to use, he wouldn't allow him to easily finish. He immediately shouted, "Attack! We don't need to hold this off any longer." After shouting, he stomped on the giant gourd beneath him. The gourd faintly trembled and spouted yellow sand, condensing into a 10-meter-tall flood dragon in the blink of an eye that fiercely pounced towards King Glorious Blaze. When the other two saw this, they took action as well. A white gale suddenly roared and released over 100-foot-long wind blades. Each blade shone with dazzling white light and let out astonishing shrieks. As for the cloud of devilish chi, it released over 10 flying sabers. Each of them glowed profusely with jet-black light, and quickly grew from only an inch in size to 3 meters as they streaked through the air. Under the concealment of the wind blades, the sabers were nearly undetectable. Just as these attacks were about to strike King Glorious Blaze, he finished casting his technique. He howled in rage and his crown flew into the air, hair wildly blowing in the wind as it instantly grew several times longer and turned black-purple. In addition, he crossed his arms as he grew a meter taller, as a thick 3-inch-long layer of green fur appeared on his body and viciously sharp, purple-black claws extended from his fingertips. His face quickly turned shriveled and he revealed inch-long fangs, completing his frightful transformation. King Glorious Blaze had fully revealed his appearance as a 10,000-year-old corpse monarch. At the same time he finished his transformation, the sand flood dragon, wind blades, and black streaks had arrived. King Glorious Blaze's face warped into a fierce expression upon seeing them appear before him and he spat out a fist-sized golden pearl. The pearl spun in the air before turning into a large golden hand that grabbed the sand flood dragon. He then held out his claws in violent opposition to the other attacks. The wind blades and black streaks directly struck the claws and King Glorious Blaze was enveloped in overflowing black and white light from the impact. A huge explosion sounded out and green light surged around King Glorious Blaze, repelling the wind blades and black streaks with great force. King Glorious Blaze brandished claws that had strength far beyond steel, displaying a hardness superior to magic treasures. In a single blow, he was able to blow away the combined attacks of the wind blades and flying sabers. Meanwhile, the large golden hand was grabbing onto the neck of the struggling flood dragon, restraining it for the time being. As Hanli calmly watched all of this, his expression stirred in surprise. He hadn't expected that King Glorious Blaze would still be able to muster this much strength despite being so heavily injured. But when Master Wild Sand saw that the sand flood dragon was being restrained, he smiled and pointed at it. The sand flood dragon began to glow with yellow light and suddenly grew still before escaping from the golden hand as scattered sand. The scattered sand then condensed into a ball, trapping the large golden hand at its center. He didn't stop there and coldly glanced at King Glorious Blaze and Hanli before silently forming 2 incantation gestures. The yellow sand in the distance began to stir and rushed towards both of them in waves of sand that were over 30 meters tall. The waves of sand would occasionally release echoing ghostly wails as they surged onward. He had activated the grand formation around them, drawing assistance from its restrictions to kill King Glorious Blaze and Hanli. In the instant Hanli saw Master Wild Sand looking at him, he immediately came to the conclusion that Master Wild Sand planned on dealing with them both in the same move. If he continued to hesitate, he would be killed alongside King Glorious Blaze once the spell formation closed in. Cursing in furious alarm, Hanli no longer remained idle and took action as well. With a wave of his sleeve, several tens of golden flying swords flew out and circled around him before transforming into a huge mass of sword streaks and striking at the nearest wave of sand. Then with his other hand, he summoned an ancient purple mirror and began to pour magic power into it, releasing a beam of purple light to strike the sand. Then a strange scene occurred. The purple light was particularly effective against mist-type creations, but it completely went through the sand without a trace. Hanli frowned and wore a vigilant expression. The giant sword streak condensed from his flying swords chopped through the huge wave of sand, leaving a giant hole in it. As King Glorious Blaze was being attacked by several magic treasures, he saw Hanli move to break the formation and rejoiced. But then he hurriedly shouted a warning, "Be careful, Soulfall Sand is specialized in corrupting magic treasures." Corrupting magic treasures? Hanli was stunned when he heard this. Just as the sword streak cut open a hole through the sand, a Ian wind blew out from it, carrying specks of black sand all around the huge sword streak. Then, strands of black chi shot out from each of the grains of sand, wrapping around each and every one of his flying swords. As soon as the black strands touched the swords, Hanli felt his connection to the flying swords grow dim as his spiritual sense strands were being forcefully pushed out from them, causing him to gradually lose control. Hanli's complexion turned cold and he pointed at his flying swords, uttering, "Burst." Pangs of thunder repeatedly rang out and countless arcs of lightning shot out from the swords. They ripped the black threads apart and even opened a large empty space in the cloud of sand. Hanli narrowed his eyes and stared deeply into the cloud before wearing an unsightly expression. At the center of the cloud, there was a dense mass of sand floating in the air. It appeared to be unremarkable, but it was immensely large and wasn't something that could be destroyed in a short amount of time. During his hesitation, his expression grew sullen and a pair of silver wings appeared on his back. As thunder rang out around him, he suddenly disappeared and blurred over 30 meters away. A scarlet halberd then swept past where he originally stood. Although he was now a safe distance away, Hanli still sensed its scorching heat and was enraged by the attack. After missing its attack, the halberd began return to the devilish cloud and spin. Hanli raised his head to coldly look at the devilish cloud, and his eyes flickered with blue light. Although the devilish cloud was extremely dense, his bright-sight spirit eyes were able to clearly see through it. The azure-robed old man inside of the cloud returned Hanli's gaze with an alarmed expression. He was greatly surprised by Hanli's use of lightning movement. Without another word, Hanli flapped his wings and disappeared in a ring of thunder. The old azure-robed old man was yet again stunned by the sight of this, but as someone who had experienced many battles, he slapped his storage pouch out of reflex and released an azure shield from it. In the instant the shield moved to protect him, silver light flashed from the side of the devilish cloud, followed by Hanli's appearance. His hands were held in a fist and golden lightning flickered all around him. In a series of thunderous explosions, a layer of golden lightning condensed on his body. Then with a blur, Hanli once again disappeared from view. This time, the old man felt his heart drop and instantly opened his mouth, spitting out a sparkling green sword. As soon as it appeared, it flew circles around him in a green streak to protect him. Still feeling ill at ease, the old man thought to release several more magic treasures, but he suddenly heard thunder ring from his side. Arcs of golden lightning violently leaped about 10 meters around Hanli, brilliantly setting him ablaze with golden light as if he were a lightning god that had descended upon the world. The cloud of devilish chi nearby was cleanly wiped away to leave an empty area over 30 meters wide, revealing the azure-robed old man that was previously hidden within it. Ah! The old man couldn't help but shout as he realized that things had taken a turn for the worse. His body promptly flashed with light as he hurriedly streaked away. But since Hanli had taken the risk of approaching the old man with lightning movement, he wasn't about to allow him to easily leave. Hanli turned into a blur as he left a string of afterimages in his wake and raised his hands into the air, releasing a ball of purple flame and a streak of golden light. When the old man saw Hanli move so quickly, he was greatly frightened. Unable to do anything else, he hastily erected a wall of azure light from his shield and the purple fireball burst as it struck the wall of light. With a crackle, the purple flames rapidly spread across the wall of light, quickly covering the wall in a layer of thick ice and sealing the old man's azure shield within it. The old man couldn't help but shout in terror, "What is this tyrannical technique?" Then, the golden streak of light arrived. With a crack, the golden streak disappeared the instant it struck the wall, only for it to suddenly arrive in front of the old man. The old man quivered and unconsciously attempted to lean to the side with all his might. Suddenly, he felt a shock run through his shoulder, followed by unbearable pain. He quickly glanced at his side in terror and found that his arm had been torn off by the golden streak. If he hadn't reacted as he did, he feared it would have been his head instead. After slicing off the old man's arm, the golden streak circled in the air before shooting into the sky, revealing its true form as an inch-long golden sword. The old man then turned around and saw a tiny hole in the wall of ice. He found it hard to believe that the golden sword was sharp enough to pierce through both the wall of light and the ice covering it without the slightest resistance. The old man let out a gasp of surprise from what had happened and his heart was filled with furious alarm. He quickly slapped a talisman onto his body and sealed the wound from his missing arm. Then he gritted his teeth as he glared at Hanli, wanting to repay him 1,000-fold for cutting off his limb. But just as the old man looked at him, Hanli suddenly disappeared without a trace. Not good. When the old man saw this, he felt his heart drop into an icy abyss. He looked around, only to catch no trace of Hanli, and quickly reached for his storage pouch to release a protective treasure. However, he was too late. The old man heard a nearly indiscernible sound from behind him and the light protecting his body was completely broken, followed by a palm covered in purple flames bursting out of his chest. Purple ice condensed around his body and completely sealed him within. The old man felt sharp pain stab through his body, but he wasn't able to move in the slightest, filling him with complete terror. Afterwards, Hanli withdrew his hand from the old man's body and enveloped the frozen body in a net of lightning with a casual flick of his sleeve. The lightning ruptured and inch-large chunks of purple ice rained from the sky. Then, a nascent soul wrapped in black light suddenly flew out from the scattered ice, attempting to flusteredly escape with instant movement. However, Hanli was already prepared for this and spat out a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the nascent soul was trapped by a net of lightning before it could activate its instant movement. Hanli smirked with icy intent and formed an incantation gesture with both his hands, ordering the golden net to contract and rupture. Then in the resulting flashes of golden light, the old man's nascent soul had turned into nothing. The old man had launched a sneak attack on Hanli with the scorching halberd, but Hanli responded ruthlessly and exterminated him in only a moment, leaving no opportunity for the other two to rescue him. When the others saw how Hanli easily deal with a fellow mid-nascent soul grade cultivator, they blanched with shock. Master Wild Sand sent out a few voice transmissions after seeing this. Then, he and Lord Heavenwind withdrew their magic treasures and completely abandoned the battle. After entering the cloud of sand behind them, they disappeared without a trace. King Glorious Blaze was at a large disadvantage due to his heavy injuries, but with the tenacity of his heavenly corpse body, he was able to receive the attack of the magic treasures without the slightest injury. But when he looked in Hanli's direction, he wore an odd expression and felt ill at ease as a result. He couldn't help but wonder whether or not he would be able to deal with a similar grade cultivator with such ease even if he were in his peak condition inside his tomb, or if he would be able to cleanly deal with their nascent soul as well. Be it Hanli's abilities or his use of them, they both caused King Glorious Blaze to view them with trepidation. King Glorious Blaze thought to ask if Hanli was a late nascent soul cultivator, but after taking another look at him, he reaffirmed that Hanli was only a mid-nascent soul cultivator. This youth possessed grand abilities that exceeded what his cultivation would suggest. When King Glorious Blaze thought this, he felt his blood run cold. Fortunately, he had only sent his incarnations to find this person, otherwise, he might have found himself slain in the exact same manner as that azure-robed old man. Since he wasn't able to sense his two incarnations after returning to the mountain range, he came to the conclusion that Hanli had killed them and grew even more unconsciously wary of him. In a moment of hesitation, he thought to have a few words with Hanli when he felt an astonishing change in the sand spell formation surrounding them. The faint waves of yellow sand had completely disappeared in the distance. Instead, nearly indiscernible grains of black sand had replaced them, similar to the ones that had earlier attacked Hanli's flying swords. The black sand wasn't as densely gathered together as the yellow sand, but they shined with an icy black light and were arranged in the sand cloud with a strange appearance. Following the appearance of the black grains of sand, ghostly wails sounded out and the black sand rushed towards Hanli and King Glorious Blaze at their center with overbearing momentum. King Glorious Blaze's expression trembled and he hastily called out to Hanli, "Not good." That old ghost Wild Sand released the entirety of his soulfall sand into the formation. Fellow Daoist, this isn't something that common magic tools can block. We'll only be able to block the sand with our own cultivation. However, his magic power will certainly be strained from controlling this much soulfall sand and can't keep this up for long. So long as we endure these several attacks, nothing else will come of it. Both he and Hanli were now in the same boat, and he had no wish for such a powerful ally to encounter mishap. Although Hanli had managed to scatter the black sand the first time with his golden lightning, he wasn't sure that Hanli would be able to block an attack of this intensity. As Hanli floated in the air, he muttered expressionlessly, "Soulfall sand." From the dense Yin Qi the sand possessed, it seems to be a magic treasure refined with souls. It is no wonder why they possess such might. When King Glorious Blaze saw that Hanli hadn't made the slightest move to protect himself, he found it odd, but he couldn't afford to pay any more attention to Hanli as the black sand was approaching. He opened his mouth and spat out fist-sized balls of light gray corpse flames. The flames condensed together into a huge fireball and protected him from the incoming sand. He could only rely on the corpse flames he had cultivated for countless years to block the oncoming storm of soulfall sand. Shortly after, a cloud of black sand covered him. Shining black sand and gray corpse flames flickered with light upon collision and occasionally released explosions of great intensity. As King Glorious Blaze prepared himself, Hanli was slowly withdrawing from the center of the formation. A moment later, he found that he couldn't move any further away and slapped one of the pouches on his waist with a raised brow, releasing a black streak of light. The black streak circled in the air before landing in front of him to reveal a black monkey that was several inches tall and wore an expression of dissatisfaction. It was the weeping soul beast that Hanli had forcibly called out. It was in a poor mood from having its cultivation interrupted while it was still absorbing the corpse flames inside the Vidra barrier. But after the weeping soul beast sniffed at the air and swept its gaze all around, it revealed sudden delight. Without the need for a command from Hanli, it beat its chest and let out a low-pitched whistle. Blinding black light shined from its body and it massively grew in size, transforming into an enormous ape over 30 meters tall. The image of the ghost face could be clearly seen on its back and it moved around the weeping soul beast's body as if it were alive. Be it King Glorious Blaze who was striving his hardest to block the sand or the other two that were waiting for an opportunity in the distant cloud of sand, they were all shocked upon seeing the astonishing appearance of the weeping soul beast. Just as they wondered why Hanli had summoned this mysterious spirit beast, the huge ape snorted and released a cloud of yellow light from its nose. The cloud circled in the air and spread out, enveloping both Hanli and the ape inside of it. The cloud of black sand eventually arrived beside them in overbearing fashion and completely surrounded them. Then, the sand immediately released a mass of dense black chi around the cloud of yellow light. As soon as the black chi was released, the previously hidden shining black grains of sand were completely revealed from the cloud of sand. When the huge ape saw this, it couldn't help but grin as it puffed out a beam of golden light from its nose. The beam of light swept past the cloud and absorbed the grains of black sand without the slightest resistance before shooting back into the large ape's nose. Then in the blink of an eye, beams of golden light swept past the cloud of black sand several times and completely scattered it. The cloud's yin chi was absorbed by the yellow cloud of light and wasn't capable of approaching Hanli in the slightest. The large quantities of black sand and yin chi ended up being gradually replaced with yellow light. Hidden in the cloud of sand nearby, Master Wild Sand and Lord Heavenwind watched all of this unfold with dumbfounded shock. Lord Heavenwind's plans were completely stifled and could only helplessly follow. The two hastily cast incantation gestures and flew alongside the cloud of black sand as it gathered together in the sky before taking off into the distance. During that entire time, neither Lord Heavenwind and Master Wild Sand had made another appearance. As Hanli stood on the shoulders of the huge ape, he stared in the distance with a cold expression. As his time was limited, he would have released the Heaven Void Cauldron if the battle showed no signs of coming to an end. Given how the cauldron sealed the endless sky Saint's spirit sand, dealing with this cloud of sand shouldn't have been a problem, but the main cause for concern was that the Heaven Void Cauldron was a divine spirit treasure. Although few cultivators outside of the scattered star seas should recognize it, he was unwilling to reveal it to others, else if someone were to realize what it was, there would be no end to the trouble ahead of him. When King Glorious Blaze saw that Master Wild Sand and Lord Heavenwind make a complete retreat, he felt great relief. However, the corpse flames on his body remained ablaze as he saluted Hanli, saying, "Fellow Daoist's abilities are vast. You were actually able to break through the soulfall sand. It was an eye-opening experience. I must thank you for the kindness of saving my life." When Hanli heard this, he shot an appraising glance on the 10,000-year-old corpse monarch and wore an expression of indifference. The mist of sand had quickly retreated, but the corpse monarch's condition was far from good. The spiritual chi released from his body was less than half of his original state. It appeared that spitting out his corpse flames to block the soulfall sand while he was heavily injured came at the great cost of vitality. Although King Glorious Blaze was an unordinary cultivator, with his heavy injuries and Hanli's recent display of power, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he grew more wary, fearing that Hanli would turn to attack him while he was weakened. As for the huge ape underneath Hanli, it stood in place with half-closed eyes ever since the mist of sand left, as if it were savoring the feeling of the large quantities of black sand in its stomach. At that moment, Hanli immediately sensed King Glorious Blaze's hostile gaze and met his stare. Then, the weeping soul beast opened its mouth and clicked its tongue at King Glorious Blaze, looking at him as if he were something tasty. King Glorious Blaze felt his blood run cold at the sight of this. After seeing the ape easily swept away the soulful sand and realizing how fearsome it was, he felt a faint sense of dread. He guessed that the beast was a natural nemesis of his nature and inwardly cursed as a result. When Hanli had examined him, he sensed a corpse chi that was present in the Vajra barrier, and from his name, King Glorious Blaze, Hanli managed to piece together his identity. The refined corpse that Jin Yuan had mentioned was actually the corpse monarch before him. But after forcefully using the Great Development technique to clear his mind, Hanli pondered about how time he had left until the Solok seal took effect once more, the possible secret techniques that King Glorious Blaze still possessed, and the abilities he revealed in his recent display of strength. He would no longer be able to catch him off guard, and even with the assistance of the Weeping Soul Beast, his odds of slaying him in the short time he had left wasn't very high. After a moment of deliberation, Hanli forcefully stifled his killing intent, but since he ended up saving him in passing, he wasn't about to allow this opportunity to pass him by. Breaking the tense atmosphere, Hanli's expression relaxed and he slowly said, "Although my show of force was a result of their own actions, I did end up saving your life. Didn't you say you were going to compensate me? I am quite interested in how you're going to do that." Hanli didn't believe himself to be an upright man of honor, and with the baleful chi backlash coming closer each day, he wasn't about to spare this gravely injured corpse monarch. King Glorious Blaze relaxed upon hearing this and chuckled, "I don't have much on me. Only a few spirit stones and other materials. If it is to your liking, we can return to my cave residence and I'll be sure to pay you in full." After staring at him for a while, Hanli calmly said, "There is no need to trouble you so much. However, I have taken a liking to your golden pearl. Would you be able to gift it to me?" King Glorious Blaze's expression grew sullen, but after he looked at the huge ape, he forced a smile and said, "Do you mean this item?" Then he opened his mouth and spat out the golden pearl. Hanli indifferently nodded upon seeing it. This item is called a heavenly corpse pearl. It is a treasure that is formed after a corpse monarch refines the heavenly corpse arts. This isn't something that can be easily revealed to others. If I guessed correctly, the two demons of Fongjin Mountain were most likely going after this item. King Glorious Blaze blinked and then smiled before pointing at the golden pearl in front of him, saying, "However, the pearl is no longer useful to me, so you can go ahead and take it." To Hanli's surprise, the pearl shot towards him and he reached out towards it, catching it in midair with the sudden appearance of a large azure hand. The old devil had simply given him the pearl. Hanli wrapped in the pearl in azure light and examined it with narrow eyes, finding there to be nothing wrong with it. When he mentioned this item, he intended only to haggle and see what King Glorious Blaze could give him. This sudden turn of events left him bewildered. Hanli felt as if lightning struck through his mind and wore a doubtful expression. When King Glorious Blaze saw this, he hesitated for a moment before taking the initiative to explain, "Please don't feel this is strange, fellow Taoist. Although this is a heavenly corpse pearl, it isn't the one that I cultivated. When I first acquired the heavenly corpse arts, I obtained this corpse pearl as well. As my own heavenly corpse pearl is extremely important, I conceal it in my tomb instead of carrying it on me. So it was like that. In that case, I'll be taking this." Hanli nodded his head in realization, but just as he thought to ask something else, his expression stirred and he raised his head to look into the distance, then saying, "It seems your men have arrived. I will be taking my leave." Before King Glorious Blaze could say anything, Hanli's body glowed with azure light and he streaked through the sky. The old devil glanced at Hanli's departing figure with a wavering expression, skeptical of Hanli's words. But soon, he heard ghost wails screaming in the distance and a green cloud that surged across the horizon. King Glorious Blaze was delighted to see them. Now that Master Wild Zan and Lord Heavenwind have retreated, he had nothing to fear. He then turned into a streak of grey light and flew off to welcome them. At that moment, Hanli was streaking through the sky at the speed of lightning. He didn't dare to waste the remaining time he had left before the Solok seal went back into effect. He needed to shake off King Glorious Blaze and the other two heretical cultivators, or else he would face them with his cultivation sealed. With Han Li's magic power temporarily restored to full strength, he was able to fly with incredible speed. By the time his magic power was sealed once more, he had arrived at a mountain range thousands of kilometers away, having changed direction several times along the way. Han Li sighed with relief. Having recognized his location, he then calmly took off on his flying magic tool. 2 days later, Han Li dropped down on a small desolate mountain. Soon after, he released several magic tools and easily carved out a cave residence. As a finishing touch, he placed down a concealment spell formation at the entrance. Han Li walked into the cave residence's sealed room and sat down cross-legged. You plan on comprehending the bright jade arts here? Monarch's soul divergence suddenly broke the silence. What? This place won't do. Han Li asked. Monarch's soul divergence snorted and said with an annoyed tone, there isn't a spirit vein here. By the time you finish cultivating at this speed, my soul will have already scattered. Hee hee. Senior, please don't be angry, I was only joking. I've already comprehended a portion of the bright jade arts along the way. Fortunately, the first layer of the technique doesn't have large requirements for spiritual qi. I reckon I'll be able to cultivate it in a year, but the second layer will be much harder to cultivate and requires a large quantity of spiritual power. I will find a spirit vein when the time comes, or it will take unbearably long. And to eliminate the possibility of a baleful qi backlash, I will have to cultivate the first 2 layers of the bright jade arts. Han Li then continued, although there are many spirit veins in the Great Gene, they will all be taken, even the inferior ones. And since I plan on quickly recovering my magic power, I will require a spirit vein of appropriate quality. It would be best to sneak into a large sect and quietly cultivate the technique there. From your tone, it seems you already have a plan. Monarch's soul divergence said with a curious tone. That's right. I already have a target, and I won't even have to forge an identity. Oh. That's quite good. How about you tell me about it? Monarch's soul divergence asked with surprise. It's quite simple, Han Li explained. Among the deeds inside of the Feng clan's secret cave, there were a few documents mixed together, detailing a few secret affairs of the Feng clan. It just so happened that the Feng clan master had prepared an escape route for the clan's disciples many years prior, creating a completely unrelated background as a rich merchant clan in the Nan province. This wealthy merchant clan has over a dozen successful businesses, but it was actually something the Feng clan had nurtured in secret. The clan is simply a front while all power and control belongs to the Feng clan. Now that the Feng clan is extinct, I'll be able to use this wealthy clan as cover and enter a large sect in the region. In only 3 years, I should be able to free a majority of my strength from the baleful qi and I'll be able to safely search for your materials. So it was like that. That seems like a good idea, but why have you stopped here? You plan on cultivating the first layer of the incantation. I do plan on completing the first layer of the bright jade arts. I want to see if there are any problems with cultivating it. And I also want to take advantage of this desolate area to make that Vidra barrier recognize me as its master and turn that crystallized demon core into a flying needle. But more importantly, I will have to deal with these items first. Han Li sighed and with a flip of his hand, he summoned a white and a golden pearl into his palms. They were the heavenly corpse pearl he had just acquired from King Glorious Blaze and the snow crystal pearl he acquired from the 9 Immortals Palace disciple, 1. In Chapter 893, one of the Foundation establishment cultivators, a renegade 9 Immortals Palace disciple, had snuck away with the snow crystal pearl. Han Li became drawn into the situation when the 9 Immortals Palace attempted to exterminate the caravan. Needless to say, the snow crystal pearl is a rarely seen ice attribute treasure, and it has yet to recognize a master. If I manage to refine it and nurture it, it will certainly benefit the purple apex flames. And since the heavenly quartz pearl is so heavily desired that even mid-nascent soul cultivators wouldn't hesitate to kill for the treasure, it must be valuable. Does Senior know how to use it? After some thought, Monarch's Soul Divergent said, "This item involves demon and ghost Dao cultivators, so I don't know too much of it, but I do know a bit about quartz pearls as a result of their large reputation. Items of these nature are something only quartz monarchs can produce from cultivation. Cultivators that rely on body refinement techniques will see this as a miraculous body purification medicine. After it is swallowed, it will slowly nurture a cultivator's constitution and have their tempered body surge in strength. Once the pearl is completely refined, one's body will be as durable as a quartz monarch. Given that the name of this quartz pearl is the heavenly quartz pearl, its effects should be unordinary." Perhaps. Hanli had no objections over the claimed power of the altered seven-flame fan. Regardless of their shape or form, fire attribute treasures were most likely specialized in attacks. After all, fire attribute spiritual power was unrivaled in destructive power amongst the elements. After Monarch's Soul Divergence finished speaking, Hanli said nothing else and lightly waved his sleeve, tossing the two pearls into the air and striking them both with a spell seal. Gold and white light began to glow from the two pearls as they floated motionlessly in the air. Hanli blinked and proceeded to slap his storage pouch, suddenly taking out an assortment of bottles and boxes and suspending a small cauldron in the air as well. With his hands in an incantation gesture, he pointed at the cauldron, causing it to tremble as its lid shot up into the air. The lid then flew a circle before suspending itself midair. Meanwhile, one of the jade boxes opened itself, revealing a pile of overflowing green dust. Hanli blew a mist of azure light onto it, and in a flicker of light, about half of the powder was brushed into the air by the light and flew in a circle before entering the small cauldron. Then with a soft shout, a slim thread of azure flame shot out from his mouth. Despite the meager size of the flame, the small cauldron was immediately ignited upon contact, wrapping its bottom half in roiling fire. But after Hanli released this flame, his complexion paled as his strength had weakened. Hanli couldn't help but wryly smile. He didn't think that forcibly extracting a thread of nascent flames while his magic power was still sealed would prove so challenging. Of course, this was also in part due to the grave injuries he received in the Mulan Plains that he had yet to fully recover from. 1. While Hanli was in the Mulan Plains, he was ambushed by a late nascent soul cultivator and have yet to fully recover since. Then, he pointed at a slender jade bottle and had it slowly float over to the small cauldron. The lid of the bottle opened by itself and poured a stream of green liquid into the cauldron, instantly fusing with the green powder. Hanli uttered an incantation and struck the azure flames into the cauldron with a spell seal, causing it to surge in strength and cover the entire cauldron. After only a short moment, a faint medicinal scent emitted from the cauldron. Hanli's brow stirred and he waved his hand. A jade box then flew halfway into the air and a stalk of fire-red spirit grass flew out from it and directly into the cauldron. Then as time passed by, Hanli added more materials into the cauldron at regular intervals with meticulous control. A day later, the refinement process was complete. Hanli swept his sleeve and caused the nascent flame lighting the cauldron to disappear. Then the cauldron slowly flew through the air and onto his hand. Hanli lowered his head and looked into the cauldron, seeing an extremely dense liquid that was several inches deep. It was translucent emerald green and had a strong fragrance. After looking at it for a moment, Hanli saw that it was exactly the same as the jade slip described. Then he cautiously asked, "Is this spirit liquid acceptable?" "That is it," Monarch's Soul Divergence slowly said. "I didn't think that your pill refinement techniques have reached such a profound level. It appears to exceed even mine when I was at my peak." I originally believed that you would fail at least 2 times before you could refine the spirit liquid. After you immerse the heavenly corpse pearl in the liquid for an entire week, the corpse poison will be entirely extracted. Afterwards, you may consume the pearl as you wish. Hanli smiled when he heard this and pointed to the golden pearl that was floating in the air. In the blink of an eye, it shot into the small cauldron and the lid soon followed it down, rigidly sealing it inside. Hanli placed the cauldron down at the corner of the room and paid no further attention to it. Refining the other pearl wouldn't take much more effort. He muttered an incantation and summoned a small ball of purple flames with a flip of his hand. He flung the fireball onto the snow crystal pearl. Then, the crystal brightly shined with white and purple light as the purple apex flames merged with the pearl. A trace of delight appeared on Hanli's face and he breathed out a mist of azure light to completely cover the crystal. The crystal pearl suddenly shrank to the size of a medicine pill and was quickly swept down Hanli's throat. He then closed his eyes with a solemn expression and his hands formed an incantation before he peered into his body. The snow crystal pearl was residing in his dantian and the purple flames had wrapped around it in the form of a continuously revolving, inch-large lotus flower. Below the pearl, there was a nascent soul that was sincerely meditating with its hands held in an incantation gesture. The contrast of the purple flames with the nascent soul made for a mysterious appearance. Hanli felt relief when he saw this. With Hanli's foundation establishment cultivation, it was impossible for him to directly cultivate the pearl, but fortunately, the purple apex flames were overbearing to the point that he could use the flames to take in the pearl within his body. When he recovers his cultivation, the pearl will have already been partially refined, and in case of an emergency, he would be able to forcibly control it with the purple apex flames. With the matter of the 2 pearls dealt with, Hanli didn't immediately move on to the next matter at hand. Instead, he sat down cross-legged for half a day and recovered a portion of his magic power before he took out a spirit beast pouch from his waist and flung it into the air. A white mist of light flew out to reveal a golden bubble suspended in the air. Inside the half-finished Vitra barrier, the weeping soul beast was lying down and was soundly asleep. When Hanli saw this, his mouth curled, at a loss of whether he should laugh or cry. The weeping soul beast was truly too fond of sleeping. Most of the times he would summon it, it would already be asleep. He wryly chuckled and flicked his finger, striking the golden bubble with a small streak of azure light. The bubble trembled upon impact and began to bounce around, gently awakening the weeping soul beast inside. When it saw that it was outside the spirit beast pouch, it let out a series of cries before shooting out of the Vidra barrier in a streak of golden light. It flew a circle in the air before nimbly landing on Hanli's shoulder, then proceeding to rub its soft fur against Hanli's neck. After spending the past years with Hanli, it had begun to treat Hanli with great intimacy. Hanli smiled when he saw this and petted the monkey's head before turning his attention back the Vidra barrier floating in the air. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent out a gust of azure light at it and engulfed it. Then as brilliant light flickered, the light repeatedly revolved around the treasure, but the golden bubble didn't react in the slightest. Hanli wore a pensive expression when he saw this and then quickly formed an incantation gesture and uttered an incantation. Streaks of spell seals followed, striking at the Vidra barrier, but apart from a few ripples from the bubble, nothing had changed. Hanli's expression changed when he saw this. With his current knowledge and abilities, those were the only 2 types of treasure possession methods that he knew of. After letting out a long breath, he repeatedly formed different hand incantations and his voice fluctuated in intensity as he uttered more incantations. A series of rainbow spell seals then struck the Vidra barrier with flickers of his fingers, but the Vidra barrier still showed no sign of change. Senior Soul Divergence, what's going on? Although my current cultivation is only at foundation establishment stage, I should still be able to put this treasure under my ownership. Monarch Soul Divergence calmly said, Vidra barriers are a protective treasure refined by corpse flames using Buddhist crystal relics. It was a treasure that was originally rarely seen, as crystal relics and corpse flames would mutually oppose one another. It should come as no surprise that ordinary treasure possession techniques wouldn't work. How about you try and use the incantations I gave you for possession of the Vidra relic? Alright, I'll give it a try. Hanli agreed without another thought. After half a day had passed, Hanli used his newly learned spell seals to force the Vidra barrier to shrink and fall into his hand, much to his relief. However, if he wished to finish the refinement process for the Vidra barrier, it would prove quite troublesome. Not even his nascent flames would be able to temper the Vidra barrier, and Monarch's soul divergence didn't have any answers to this problem as well. According to Monarch's soul divergence musings, the final step of the Vidra barrier's refinement process would require myriad-year corpse flames. When Hanli heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and gloomily snort, myriad-year corpse flames. Are you suggesting I go to the Snowmound Mountains and deliver myself to King Glorious Blaze? When Monarch's soul divergence heard this, he snorted back in response but remained silent afterwards. Just as Hanli felt completely helpless over the matter despite having already acquired the Vidra barrier, the weeping soul beast sitting on Hanli's shoulder suddenly spat out a wisp of grey-white flames from its mouth out of boredom, striking at the Vidra barrier floating in the air. The originally still Vidra barrier then let out a series of groans as the flames engulfed it and began to fluctuate in shape within the grey flames. Hanli was greatly shocked by the sight of this. Myriad-year corpse flame. Monarch's soul divergence muttered in amazement. At the border of the central and northern portions of the Jin Empire lay a region that was ranked among the smallest inland of the 36 regions of the empire but was also ranked the top 5 in terms of wealth. There were many fields and rivers amassing a great amount of wealth, and there were many large regions of spirit mountains as well. Mortals on those mountains would even commonly see immortals dressed in Taoist and Buddhist robes fly off into the horizon. Needless to say, Taoism and Buddhism were prevalent in the region and their temples were profusely found throughout. Regardless of one's standing or wealth, they would always pay great respect to either of these schools. But in addition to these two prevalent schools, one could see the influence of many Confucian schools in the many cities and towns in the area. There were 39 of these Confucian schools, with one of the largest of these schools consisting of experts of Confucian teachings with many government officials in their ranks. On the other hand, the smallest of these schools only had ordinary Confucian instructors that could only explain the most basic aspects of Confucianism. If they felt that any of their disciples were outstanding, they would be recommended to a higher school, granting poorer disciples a good opportunity to advance. After all, Confucian scholars that graduate from a high-grade Confucian school were welcome to the higher echelon of the Jin Empire. Confucian scholars that stem from the highest schools are even heavily recruited by nobility of all ranks. The Taichung Prefecture's capital city, Taichung City, was the location of one such of these prestigious Confucian academies. Although the city wasn't ranked amongst the best in the empire, it was one of the centers of commerce in the Nan province and was where the rich and powerful took residence. There were 4 families titled as nobility that resided in the city, as well as countless people of every trade. In the Taichung city's west side resided the Gon clan, a clan of particularly wealthy merchants. They possessed over 20 restaurants in their prefecture's cities. In smaller cities, they were hegemony of wealth, but in Taichung City, they were simply among the many elites that resided there. But even among the elite, the Gon clan did own a particularly large estate in the district where the wealthy resided and had over 40 servants in their employment. One day as the sun blazed at noon, a youth in Confucian robes slowly walked down a street. The young man appeared in his early 20s and wore a package on his back that was thickly wrapped in grey cloth and covered in dust. As he walked down the street, he repeatedly looked around and soon spotted the Gon clan's glossy gate. When he read the words, Gon Estate, he unconsciously smiled. When he approached the gate, he examined it for a moment before pounding the iron door. Thud. Thud. Hurried footsteps arrived from the other side of the gate. The gate cracked open to a middle-aged man wearing servant robes who had a respectful expression on his face. When the servants saw the youth, his respectful expression suddenly froze before quickly fading away. He stood up straight and asked with a doubtful tone, "Who is your esteemed self looking for?" He then examined the youth as if trying to make out his origins. The youth cupped his hands in a salute and smiled. "Is this Uncle Gonchi's residence?" After examining the quality of the youth's clothes, his original display of contempt had disappeared. Instead, he was now greatly alarmed after hearing Hanli speak. He respectfully said, "Uncle Gonchi." "Gonchi is the esteemed name of my master. Then young sir must be." "I am Hanli. Uncle Gonchi is a distant relative of mine. I have made this trip to pay my respects to him." Hanli continued to smile as he spoke. It was now a year after he had cultivated in wholehearted seclusion. During this time, he drawn the aid of the heavenly corpse pearl and the Vajra relic to refine the first layer of the bright jade arts. With that done, the roiling baleful chi was mostly calmed, much to Hanli's delight, but it still remained a priority for him to deal with. As such, he had hurried over to the Gon clan for the next step in his plan to rid himself of the baleful chi. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged servant said, "So it was young Sir Han." Unfortunately, the master had left in the morning to meet with his colleagues. Currently, the eldest young master is in charge of the residence. "Shall I make a report to him?" "Please, I must thank you for the trouble," Hanli calmly replied. "Please wait a moment, young sir. I will immediately make the report." The middle-aged man bowed and closed the gate before heading back. Hanli idly stood in front of the gate and examined the surroundings of the huge estate, occasionally catching sight of a few carriages that passed by. Although he hadn't swept his spiritual sense past the city, it was clear there were a large number of cultivators in it. Furthermore, there were many areas that housed many high-grade cultivators. This was rather odd to him as he couldn't fathom why these cultivators would have such a high interest in the mortal world. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the door creaked open to reveal an embroidered-robed youth with a refined appearance. Standing behind him was the servant from before. After the youth gave Hanli an appraising look, he courteously said, "You must be Sir Han. I am Gon Yu. I heard that you were a distant relative of the Gon clan. Although I've never heard of this before, I cannot forget my manners. If you'd like, will Sir Han like to follow me to the living room? So you're the son of Uncle Gon. Since you've given me the invitation, I will not refuse it." Without another thought, Hanli promptly agreed. With a faint smile, Gon Yu stepped to the side and welcomed Hanli inside. Then, the black gates silently closed. 2 hours later, the Gon clan master, a plump 50-year-old man wearing blue noble robes named Gon Chi, returned to the Gon estate by carriage. Gon Chi looked at the gatekeeper below the carriage and asked, "Has anything happened while I was away?" The middle-aged gatekeeper sincerely replied, "Lord, there is a young man surnamed Han that had arrived. He claims that he is your nephew and is waiting in the living room with the young lord." They seemed to be having an excited conversation. Just as Gon Chi stepped off the carriage and approached the estate gate, he paused and muttered, "A nephew? Surnamed Han?" A trace of doubt could be heard from his voice. "What? Is this person a fraud?" In his alarm, the gatekeeper hastily suggested, "Shall I call for the guards? It's hard to say if he's truly a fraud. I do think I have such a relative, but it has been quite some time so my memory fails me. Continue to guard the gate. There is no need to involve yourself over the matter." Gon Chi recovered his calm and rebuked the gatekeeper before hurrying into the estate. Without even taking the time to change his clothes, he rushed into the main hall. Just as he entered the entrance of the main hall, he heard a cheerful and familiar voice speak, "I admire Brother Han's deep understanding of the Confucian teachings. But with regards to those great words, my understanding is that the voice clearly belonged to his eldest son, and he seemed to be excitedly conversing with the guest. When the old man heard this, his expression grew somewhat sullen and a trace of unease was betrayed from his eyes. But a short moment later, he gritted his teeth and walked into the hall. "Lord Father, this is Sir Han." When Gonyuth saw his father walked in, he immediately stood up and saluted him. "Yes. I've already heard from the gatekeeper." Gonchi waved his arm at his son and then stared at Hanli, asking, "Then your esteemed self must be the one who claims to be my distant relative. Do you have a letter or a keepsake perhaps?" At that moment, Hanli stood up and couldn't help but smile when he heard that question. Then without another word, he handed over a sparkling white jade pendant. When Gonchi saw this jade pendant, his expression became moved. He solemnly took the jade pendant and closely examined it once through before saying, "So you must be the young descendant, Brother Han. Please follow me to my study. I wish to ask about a matter pertaining to my deceased aunt." Gonchi grabbed Han Li's wrist with great excitement and pulled him out from the hall. Remaining behind in the hall, Gonyu stood up in shock and muttered, "Your aunt? Was there such a relative in the Gon clan?" After they entered the study, Gonchi carefully closed the door of the study and deeply saluted, saying, "I pay my respects, Sir Han." "Stand up," Hanli said. Then with a wave of his sleeve, he shook Gonchi's body straight with a gust of blue light before continuing, "There is no need for you to ask about my origins. You only need to know from today on that I was sent here by the people in charge of you." Gonchi's doubts were washed away by Han Li's display of magic power and he respectfully replied, "Yes. So you are close to the two sirs that were related to the Gon clan, but they disappeared since 20 years ago. Young Master Han couldn't have come at a better time." Han Li nodded and then said in a commanding tone, "I've only arrived at your Gon clan in passing. I have more important affairs to attend to, but I will require assistance from your connections to the mortal world." But this is no surprise as those with spirit roots are only found 1 in 10,000 people. It is only a pity that I don't have spirit roots either, or I would have also entered the Pure Revelations Academy in pursuit of the path of cultivation. Han Li smiled and tacitly remained silent. Afterwards, Teacher Yen spoke no further and brought Han Li forward. As they traveled up the mountain, they were able to see a mountain peak in the sky. They also heard resonant and melodious bell rings that shook the spirit of those who heard it. Teacher Yen paused and turned to look the illusory cloud peak. He shook his head and muttered, "The treasure spirit temple's clear hum bell is a truly rare treasure, but it seems the senior monk in charge of the temple is rather excessive to strike it 3 times in a single day." A bright glint flickered from Han Li's eyes when he heard that there was a Buddhist sect on the mountain and then wore a pensive expression. He soon realized that this so-called treasure was actually a top-grade magic tool, nothing that was particularly rare. He wrapped up his long sleeves and held them behind his back and proceeded to follow after Teacher Yen. Soon, the two arrived at a platform at the center of the mountain, and then, the scenery suddenly opened before them. They saw a verdant, lush, emerald-green forest of bamboo in front of them with sightings of red and white buildings in the distance. There were also several white stone paths that led directly into the bamboo forest. Teacher Yen glanced at the forest and said, "Let's go. The main entrance usually isn't open. Follow me to the side gate." He then brought Han Li to the side and walked down another road. After many turns, Han Li and Teacher Yen appeared at a pitch-black gate that was 3 meters tall. Teacher Yen sighed and lightly knocked on. The gate silently opened to reveal a young man in white Confucian robes. "Ah, so it was Teacher Yen. Have you come to find Senior Teacher Liu?" The youth had spiritual qi fluctuations at the 3rd layer of qi condensation, but he still spoke to Teacher Yen with great respect. Han Li couldn't help but look better of Teacher Yen when he saw this. In the heavenly south, such a situation would have never happened, Han Li thought with a cold chuckle. It seemed Confucians were quite strict with their rules, causing even cultivators to bow their heads to mortals. However, this would probably only occur with low-grade cultivators. This definitely wouldn't happen with a high-grade cultivator. Yes, I've come to see Brother Liu. Is he present? Teacher Yen calmly asked. The white-robed youth pondered for a moment and said, he is currently seeing an esteemed guest in his study. I will make report that you've come. That is fine. Sorry to trouble you. Teacher Yen said with a smile. Although the white-robed youth knew that he was a mortal, he also had a deep friendship with senior teacher Liu and didn't dare to slight him. After a polite word, he hastily took out a voice transmission talisman, uttered a few words into it, and sent it into the air as a streak of fiery light, soon to quickly fly off without a trace. Not long after, Han Li detected a powerful spiritual sense sweep past them before immediately disappearing. Han Li's heart stirred, knowing that this most likely belonged to senior teacher Liu. From the level of his spiritual sense, he appeared to be an early core formation cultivator. This had come as a surprise as he expected him to have late foundation establishment cultivation at most. In Han Li's point of view, the lower his cultivation, the better, as it would be less likely for him to see through his disguise. Soon, a spiritual cheat trembled in the air above them and a man's voice indifferently sounded out, "Is it Brother Yen? I am currently seeing a guest. But Brother Yen may as well come in. Oh. And you may bring that young friend of yours as well." Han Li belittled his tool refinement techniques as much as he could. Simply mentioning this would greatly influence his odds of entering the sect, but showing true skill would just be asking for trouble. Also, there are far fewer people capable of pill refinement and spell formations compared to tool refinement. It would be far too eye-catching to mention the other two. Fellow Daoist Han, you understand tool refinement. That is great. Senior Liu, it seems I won't need to borrow any tool refinement disciples from your sect. Since this fellow Daoist Han has yet to be a disciple here, how about he enter the Royal Serenity Monastery? The Daoist nun's suggestion came as a great shock to both Han Li and Teacher Yen. Teacher Yen couldn't help but sternly say, "Nun Hualien, this isn't very appropriate. Your monastery is for nuns. How can a man like Han Li enter?" The Daoist nun pursed her lips in a smile and said, "Although the Royal Serenity Monastery is a female institution, there are a few fire attribute Daoist priests and men that have entered our sect, but they reside outside of the monastery, so there is no need for Teacher Yen to worry." So it was like that. I knew far too little of the Royal Serenity Monastery. However, esteemed nephew Han wishes to enter Pure Revelations Academy. It is still inappropriate for him to enter your sect. Teacher Yen seemed set on having Han Li enter the academy. Despite clearly knowing that he was facing an existence beyond his own, he still decided to raise a dispute. Unconcerned, Nun Hualien smiled and explained, with fellow Daoist Han's aptitude, even if he were to enter your academy, he would only be a common disciple with no future prospects. However, my sect is preparing to refine many treasures and we are currently lacking a low-grade disciple that understands tool refinement. So long as he is willing to enter my monastery, your tool refinement techniques will improve and I will even make sure that your cultivation will be looked after. I won't conceal this from you, Teacher Yen, but I've come to borrow a disciple from the academy that understands tool refinement. Now that one has appeared before me, I no longer have to trouble fellow Daoist Liu. Teacher Yen hesitated for a moment and then turned to Senior Teacher Liu, asking, "Brother Liu, what do you think?" With a calm expression, Senior Teacher Liu said with a deep voice, "Young friend Han had yet to be a disciple, so he is still free. It is naturally up to him if he wishes to enter the Royal Serenity Monastery or the Academy, but it is as Nun Hualien says. Even if he were to enter the Academy, I cannot offer him any assistance, and she has come to borrow a low-grade tool refinement disciple. Entering the monastery isn't a bad choice at all. With that said, the three in the room turned to look at Hanli with worry, curiosity, and even excitement. Royal Serenity Monastery. When Hanli heard this name, he recalled it to be a Taoist monastery on Jadefield Mountain. However, he hadn't known that was a female monastery and didn't know much about it. He found himself at a complete loss. Hanli and Nun Hualien were standing in a secret room filled with an assortment of materials. There was a red-faced early Foundation establishment cultivator appraising Hanli with a tight frown. This is Elder Wei, one of the two great tool refinement masters of our Three Royals Monastery. You will be assisting Elder Wei for the time being and will hone your tool refinement technique in passing. Rest assured, we won't truly have you become a tool refinement master since we're lacking in resources to do so. It is only because we will soon refine an important treasure that we require a bit more assistance. So long as you perform well in these 3 or so years, I will reward you with medicine pills and personally provide you cultivation guidance. Naturally, I will not go back on my promise. Hanli didn't say anything further and only nodded in response. Elder Wei then said in an annoyed voice, "Fellow Taoist Hualien, does this martial nephew truly understand tool refinement? Isn't his age and cultivation too low? Didn't you say you went to Pure Revelations Academy to find a suitable assistant?" Nun Hualien replied with a smile, "The refinement of this treasure is vastly important, so it would be better to not let other sects involve themselves. Martial nephew Han's cultivation and experience may be shallow, but with Elder Wei's directions, there should be no problem for him to perform material refinement." With no better alternative, Elder Wei unhappily said, "Even refining materials will require talent, or else it will result in destruction of the materials. But since fellow Taoist Hualien has mentioned it, let's have this youngster stay here for the time being. Don't worry, my judgment isn't that poor. His magic power is remarkably pure despite his low cultivation. At the very worst, his control of magic power and tool refinement techniques shouldn't be too poor." Elder Wei examined Hanli once more and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. So it was like that. He does have a bit of potential. It seems fellow Taoist Hualien hadn't brought any random person to me. Since I've already brought the person you need, the refinement process should take less time. Compared to the other 2 monasteries, our own monastery is lagging behind in progress. We mustn't delay this great affair by any means or we'll be to blame. I will be taking my leave." Elder Wei saw her off and promised, "Be at ease, with the youngster, matters will definitely not be delayed." When Nun Hualien heard this, she departed with satisfaction, leaving Hanli and Elder Wei behind in the hidden room. With no trace of kindness in his voice, Elder Wei then sternly said, "You should have listened to what we were saying. Regardless if you are interested in tool refinement or if you have any talent, I will diligently instruct you on the Tao of tool refinement for a month and then I will assign you to your tasks. So long as you complete my assignments at the end of every month, you may use the rest of your time as you wish. But if you don't finish your assignments, I will send you away and find someone more appropriate to take your place in the tool refinement hall." "Yes. This disciple will strive his hardest," Hanli replied with a calm expression. Hanli's attitude was to Elder Wei's satisfaction. With a relaxed expression, he led Hanli out of the secret room and said, "Of course, being a disciple of our tool refinement hall isn't without its benefits. Not only does the hall have a few magic tools and earth-fire reservoirs that can be used for free, but we also give our disciples more spirit stones at the end of the month than the other halls. Follow me and I'll introduce you to your fellow disciples. In the future, there will be a few materials that you will need to refine together with them. After Hanli was introduced to 3 other qi condensation cultivators, he was arranged a residence in passing. It will only take a moment to refine the materials, County Lord Lucio said in a soft voice. Won't you senior marshal brothers assist me in asking Grandmaster Wei to come out? Even inside my estate, I've long heard of his grand name. I wish to see him with my own eyes. Her noble beauty seemed to melt the hearts of the several Tool Refinement Hall disciples. Hanli unconsciously frowned when he heard this. The woman appeared to be polite, but a trace of cunning could clearly be seen from her eyes. He coldly laughed in his mind when he saw this, but he remained silent. The 3 men had lost their calm when they heard the woman's soft voice and were enticed into agreeing. Hanli inwardly sighed when he heard this. If he remembered correctly, Elder Wei clearly stated to them that unless the matter was important, he and his 2 assistants were not to be disturbed in their secluded room. And given that the matter was material refinement, whoever would go to mention this to Elder Wei was sure to suffer. As expected, the disciple that went into the Earth Fire Hall ran out with a pale complexion a short moment later. When he returned, he forced a smile and said, "County Lord, Marshal Senior Wei truly cannot attend to you. It would be better for Junior Marshal Brother Han to give it a try. Since the Royal Serenity Monastery's Tool Refinement Hall is so famous, why can't you 3 refine the materials for the County Lord?" This time, a different young woman from the group asked this with a smile. Her looks were above average and she had a small beauty mark at the side of her mouth. The 3 disciples exchanged an embarrassed glance and the tallest one then helplessly explained, "I won't conceal this from young Miss Mingzhu. If it were ordinary materials, we would be able to refine them. But for materials as special as blood-veined silver, only Junior Marshal Brother Han was taught the refinement process by Marshal Senior Wei. Our main knowledge is only to refine common magic tools." County Lord Lucio's bright eyes blinked and she gave Hanli an understanding smile. "That will be a bit troublesome. We were brought here by Lady Yuzhu and can't stay for long. If I miss this opportunity, who knows when I'll be able to next find a tool refinement master capable of refining blood-veined silver. It seems I will have to trouble this senior marshal brother for assistance. All right, so long as the county lord is willing to take the risk, I will try my best," Hanli calmly said. She answered with a slight smile. "That is no matter. Please strive your hardest to refine it. If it fails, it won't be too bad. It'll just be a missed opportunity. I'll find some again later." Hanli nodded upon hearing this, but after glancing at the group of people in front of him, he frowned and said, "When I refine materials, I can't have a large number of people observing me or I will be distracted." The county lord casually replied, "That's fine. When the time comes, only I will be with you. The others will wait outside or perhaps they'll have these 3 senior marshal brothers give them a tour of the area." Although her followers appeared unwilling, they raised no words of objections. Hanli then wasted no further words and led the way towards the earth fire hole. The girl then signaled her group to remain in place with her eyes. The earth fire hall was the most important structure of the tool refinement hall. Although it only spanned a little over 300 meters wide, it was 3 stories tall. The top floor was the storage area for materials. The second floor was where one could directly use earth fire to refine materials and refine low-grade spirit stools. And the bottom floor was 100 meters pit into the ground where high-grade magic tools were refined with the assistance of earth fire essence. Hanli often used a secluded room on the second floor to refine materials and brought County Lord Lucio there to refine her blood-veined silver. It was slightly cluttered so he set off on tidying it up when they arrived. This is where Senior Marshal Brother Han refined materials. County Lord Lucio curiously looked around the room and particularly focused her attention at the large cauldron and the 8 gourd magic tools that were scattered around it. It appeared this was the first time she saw a tool refinement site. What? Has the county lord never seen magic tools refined before? Hanli asked with a slight frown. She reached out to touch the handle of the cauldron and said, "Ever since I was young, I've followed ague in cultivation and haven't had the time to learn about tool refinement. I usually remain in the estate to cultivate." Hanli glanced at the ashes in the cauldron and casually asked, "You cultivated in your estate? Could it be the U estate is located above a spirit vein?" The woman yelped in surprise and then curled her lips in a smile. "Could it be that senior marshal brother didn't know who I was? You truly don't know the royal clan that I claim my status as a county lord." Han Li's heart stirred and he chuckled, saying, "I am quite ignorant and am unsure of your identity." "You're ignorant? Hee, that's great. There is no need for me to act as my position of county lord. To tell the truth, I only have distant relation to the Great Jin's royal family, but I've never seen the face of the Emperor of the Great Jin. I've always remained in cultivation with my master and have never visited the royal mansion." A trace of happiness flashed across the young woman's face and her attitude quickly changed from the graceful poise of a noblewoman to a strangely spirited young woman. "Your royalty." Han Li's expression changed in surprise. The young woman sat down in the lone chair in the room and tilted her head. Then with a smile, she asked, "What? Are you surprised? My title of county lord is genuine, but it is only something that the emperor bestowed upon me. Were it not for the fact that my aunt said that I mustn't shame the face of the imperial family before I arrived, I wouldn't have dressed up in this fashion and wouldn't have that group of people bothering me. Their empty talk all day around is truly boring and tiresome. Currently, I am only able to relax around Senior Marshal Brother Han. You won't be so tactless and start uttering nonsense, right?" Han Li let out a cough and said, "In that case, I'll continue to talk as I am now, but it seems your esteemed ancestor is an unordinary person. Have you heard of the 4 great vagrant cultivators in the Great Jin? My grandfather is one of them." Lucio raised her head when she said this as if in pride. When Han Li heard this, his expression vastly changed and he astonishedly said, "The 4 great vagrant cultivators? Despite my ignorance, even I've heard of their fame. So it turned out the county lord is even more of an important person. I've been truly disrespectful. That identity is no lesser than your title as county lord. Your future prospects are boundless." He had heard of the 4 great vagrant cultivators from Chaoming. They were at late and mid-nascent soul stage and each of them had abilities that far exceeded common nascent soul cultivators. "Yes, that's right. Everyone knows of my ancestor's name. And don't forget how our 7th great-uncle and the others had died. When they saw our royal family increase slightly in power, the many great factions immediately joined hands in dispatching several nascent soul cultivators to deal with them. Afterwards, they found a reason in passing as justification for the killings. If we don't break away from this horrible situation, our royal Yi clan will only be the top noble clan only in name, when in truth we are only an expendable resource that the great factions have agreed upon. So long as the legends are true and we truly acquire these 2 treasures, our painful efforts over the years will pay off and will force those superpowers to recognize us through power alone. They won't dare to attack us then." A cold glint flickered from the Taoist nun's eyes and she snorted, then speaking with a fearful tone, "Although legends in the cultivation world proclaim the inconceivable might of divine spirit treasures, I have difficulty believing that 2 of these treasures will be able to completely turn the world around and put us on equal footing as these superpowers. I fear we'll overreach ourselves and attract calamity by stirring the superpowers into wiping us out. If I remember correctly, those superpowers should have treasures of a similar level. Although I don't know how many they have, a single one will have the capability of eliminating our Yi clan." The beautiful woman frowned and solemnly replied, "Deity transformation cultivators are rivalless in this world. Even with the divine spirit treasures, our three great ancestors would barely be able to defend against such monsters. However, there is no need for you to be too worried about this. Our Yi clan had secretly investigated this matter over 100 years ago. After much analysis, assuming the lifespan of those monsters are 1,000 years greater than a nascent soul cultivator, there have only been a few cultivators capable of reaching deity transformation stage in the last 2,000 years. A small portion of them may have succeeded and most of them should have ascended to the spirit realm, leaving only 2 or 3 in the mortal realm at most. Furthermore, these people must be paying an enormous cost to remain in the mortal realm. Not only are their movements restricted and cannot easily take action, but their cultivation should be forcefully suppressed to the late nascent soul stage as well. Furthermore, those monsters most likely won't have any interest in taking action over the rise of a faction. The Taoist nun's expression turned particularly more gloomy when she heard this. How can you know of this? Don't tell me this is information that you've acquired from conjecture and a few questions. Over the years, countless cultivators attempted to find out about the secret information of cultivators remaining in the mortal realm after achieving deity transformation, but all of them failed. How can you clearly understand this knowledge after only 100 years? Is your confidence an attempt to trick me? Or is there something that you aren't mentioning? Seeing that her aunt was angry, the woman hurriedly explained, "We have no intention of fooling you. Although this information isn't something that our Yi clan had researched, it is something that we acquired from an elder we recently recruited. His information was a complete match for clues that we collected, so it is fair to say that our Yi clan had managed to properly investigate the matter." Han Li replied with a faint smile, "Marshall Senior Wei's tool refinement techniques aren't comparable to those of common tool refinement masters. Furthermore, I am not Marshall Senior Wei's disciple, but a temporary helper for the tool refinement hole. When the time comes, I will want to wholeheartedly focus on cultivation. My current tool refinement techniques are something that I only simply learned in passing." When the young woman heard Han Li, a sad expression appeared on her face. "Is that so? What a waste. You have so much talent for tool refinement since you were able to purify blood-veined silver. Since I've finished refining the County Lord's blood-veined silver, I now have other important matters to attend to and cannot continue to keep your company." Just as Han Li began to tidy up the tool refinement magic tools in the room, he suddenly heard Lucio say, "Please wait." She put away the blood-veined silver and beamingly smiled. "Could it be that I am so ugly that my appearance is forcing you to leave? And who said I only had that to refine? I still have other materials that must be dealt with. I didn't know how skilled Senior Marshal Brother was, and I didn't dare to take them out. I now am completely confident in your skills." Afterwards, she took out a foot-long jade box and handed it over to Han Li. He then felt his head ache. He weighed the jade box in his hand but didn't open it. Then with a bitter expression, he said, "There are still more materials. The County Lord overestimates me. At my current cultivation, I've already exhausted my strength refining just the blood-veined silver. I will not be able to refine any further materials." So it was like that. Your magic power is too shallow. However, this item doesn't need to be purified. I only want you to help me in dealing with the material and reduce the decay of its spiritual nature. I must tell you that you can't speak of it after I show it to you. It is something that I acquired with great difficulty and I reckon there are few such of its kind in the world. What item can be so rare? In Han Li's astonishment, he glanced at the jade box in his hand and curiously opened it. As soon as he opened the lid, a blinding red light suddenly shined out from it, blinding him. In his alarm, blue light shined from his eyes as he unconsciously activated the bright sight spirit eyes. This is. Both Han Li and the young woman shouted out at the same time in astonishment. The box had a translucent plume feather that was a half-foot long. It sparked with red light as if it was made from flames. The plume of a vast young bird. But this is quite different, Hanli muttered to himself as he stared at the box's contents. What is a vast young bird? This is the plume of a black phoenix. When my grandfather brought me across the sea to visit a powerful senior, I took advantage of the moment his spirit bird was asleep to secretly pick its feather. Hee, that stupid bird was dead asleep and didn't notice in the slightest. That's right, what's with your eyes? They had glowed with blue light. It's very interesting. Is it a magic technique? She then stared at Hanli's eyes, hoping that she would recognize something. But Hanli felt that something was off and had already cancelled the bright sight spirit eyes, preventing her from making anything out. At that moment, he was staring at the plume feather and was having a discussion with Monarch's soul divergence using his spiritual sense. The plume of a black phoenix. Isn't it a fire attribute spirit bird that was equivalent to the vast young bird? Could it serve as a replacement? Hanli solemnly asked. The black phoenix is only a divergence of the flame phoenix. The bird may have a bloodline that descended from antiquity and possesses amazing abilities, but it is unfortunate that the two materials are not interchangeable. With some modifications, we can add in this plume and raise the power of the simplified seven-flame fan by an entire level. However, the spiritual nature of this feather has been greatly decayed. It is no longer a suitable material, Monarch's soul divergence said with disappointment. Then, with a baffled tone, he added, but I find this quite impressive. When I toured the Great Gene in the past, I've never heard of any eccentrics raising this bird. So it was like that. When Hanli heard this, he felt greatly disappointed. At that moment, Lucio was looking at him with an impatient expression. She was greatly curious about the blue light that Hanli released from his eyes. When he saw her expression, he rubbed his nose and wryly smiled in his heart. With a calm expression, he then slowly replied, the reason why my eyes shined with light is because I used spirit water to cleanse them. This method only grants my eyes slight spiritual sight. It is only a minor art for low-grade cultivators like me. Lucio's spirits were roused and eagerly asked, what spirit water did you use to cleanse your eyes? Do you have more? Can you give me some? The spirit water is only effective if it is used immediately after refinement. I've already used all that water I had. I fear I must disappoint you, he said with a regretful expression. The young woman blinked and pouted, displaying her doubt as she said, Senior Marshal Brother Han, are you telling the truth? Don't think that you can lie to me because I'm young. Hanli dryly laughed and then slowly said, all of my words are true. I don't dare to deceive you, County Lord. However, I do have something else that might interest you. The young woman was stunned when she heard Hanli's words and suddenly thought of something. With a crafty smile, she asked, what will you trade for it? Don't tell me that you have eyes on my black phoenix plume. Hanli closed the lid on the box and wryly smiled. County Lord Lucio must be joking. How could a mere chi condensation cultivator dare to covet such a treasure? I merely wish for you to confirm something. The woman smiled and waved her arm in a bold display. Confirm something. That's easy. There is no need to trade. If you help me deal with the black phoenix plume, I will answer your questions the best I can. After some thought, Hanli nodded and said, all right. Let's do as you say. 2 hours later, Lucio emerged from the hall and was met by her entourage, who had been impatiently waiting outside the hall. The 3 tool refinement disciples were sincerely waiting at the side, not daring to neglect them as the young cultivators of the entourage came from exceptionally high backgrounds. When the county lord emerged from the hall, her young entourage immediately surrounded her. County Lord, how did it go? Did that person ruin your blood vein silver? Questions were asked with great fervor. The young woman brushed aside the hair from her face and let out a sweet smile, saying, "Nothing went wrong. Many thanks for your concern. Senior Marshal Brother Han has already assisted me in refining the material and with great success." Her blatant demeanor from before was nowhere to be found. When Han Li walked out from the Earth Fire Hall, the corner of his mouth unconsciously twitched at the sight. Hee hee. Youngster Han. You are truly cunning to coax the location of Black Phoenix from the young girl. Do you plan on heading to visiting the Island Lord for a Black Phoenix plume? Of course. Since it is a known method of reinforcing the Triflame fan, I must do my utmost. I don't want to waste so many rare materials and hard effort on something of lacking power. After all, common ancient treasures don't have much of an effect on late nascent soul cultivators. Let's go. They'll be staying at the Royal Serenity Monastery for the next few days. I'll be staying inside seclusion to avoid having my cultivation interrupted by them. Han Li spoke with an indifferent tone before heading back towards his residence. In the following 2 days, County Lord Lucio had quietly looked for Han Li, hoping that he would refine more materials for her. But Han Li had already placed a sign that he had already entered secluded cultivation and even placed a simple restriction in front of the door, causing Lucio to resentfully turn back with a pout. After 2 days passed, the county lord left the monastery and the entourage of young cultivators followed after her, leaving the tool refinement hall back to its usual affairs. As months slowly passed by, apart from occasionally refining a few materials, Han Li would wholeheartedly dedicate his time to cultivating the bright jade arts. The consistent completion of his refinement tasks earned him the increasing respect of Elder Wei, who found time to give Han Li further explanation on the finer points of material purification. Later on, he would give a few rarer materials to Han Li to refine. When Han Li noticed this, he punctually refined these rarer materials without the slightest delay, much to the astonishment of Elder Wei. Eventually, Elder Wei noticed Han Li's talent for tool refinement and assigned him even more tasks, occasionally finding more time to teach Han Li as well. During this time, Elder Wei was also occupied on the refinement of something and left a small portion of the materials over to Han Li to deal with. Not long after, Han Li astonishingly discovered that he was given rare earth attribute materials to refine. He couldn't help but feel shocked. There were sparsely few treasures that were completely refined by earth attribute materials and most of them possessed astonishing strength. However, this had nothing to do with him. No matter the conditions, he would stick to his original plan and slowly cultivate to the second layer of the bright jade arts, faintly noticing astonishing changes to his body as time went on. One day, a few people from Pure Revelations Academy delivered a message to the Gon clan that Teacher Yen had suddenly passed away from a grave illness. Illness? When I last saw him, it didn't seem like he was ill. When Han Li found out about this, he found it to be quite unexpected. With his spiritual sense, he also sensed many foreign cultivators have recently appeared near the Royal Serenity Monastery and were secretly observing it. See if he has any connection to this disciple Han Li. Also, call over that girl Hualyan. I want to personally ask her about how she recruited this disciple. It seems we've fallen for a trap of Pure Revelations Academy. We also can't have the speed of the tool refinement hall to decrease. We must finish refining that item in 3 years, or it will delay the great event. The old Taoist nun uttered these orders without the slightest change in expression. Yes, Martial Aunt. As you command. With repeated acknowledgments, the 2 yellow-robed nuns then bid their leave. When the old Taoist nun saw the 2 leave the building, she let out a long sigh before leaning back in her chair and slowly closing her eyes. 3 months later in the Yi province's largest market city, a youth bought an unknown ore at an unremarkable shop for the high price of 30,000 spirit stones. 5 months later in the Fan Prefecture's Fan County Trade Fair, a masked cultivator purchased 3 pieces of fire grant wood for the price of 50,000 spirit stones. Half a year later at the Feng province's Kailong prefecture, a local mid-grade sect suddenly had an iron rhino horn disappear from them. They suspected that it had been stolen. 8 months later, the Chu region's top clan was suddenly paid a visit by a large mid-nascent soul cultivator with an ugly appearance. He wanted to trade a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and a grade 7 demon core for the rainbow light wood in the clan's collection. As a result, the clan master had his 2 nascent soul elders meet this nascent soul cultivator to turn him away, but as a result, the mid-nascent soul cultivator used his vast abilities to easily turn the elders into 2 blocks of ice. The clan master was shocked, and with no better choice, he was forced to agree to the trade. As a result, the large ugly man took the wood and tossed the spiritual herb and demon core onto the ground with howling laughter. The clan master then had to expend a great effort to free his 2 elders from the ice. Although their lives were still intact, they suffered a great loss in vitality. Over the short span of a year, a young man, masked cultivator, and a large ugly man began to appear all around the southern portion of the Jin Empire, collecting various rare materials. The youth would buy strange materials that few could recognize. The masked cultivator repeatedly won auctions in great displays of wealth as if he had an endless stream of spirit stones, and the large ugly man would imprudently visit the various noble clans in the area as well as a few smaller sects, forcefully exchanging rare materials in their collections for his spiritual herbs and demon cores. Of course, it also stood to mention that larger sects would often have a few of their materials mysteriously disappear overnight. The youth and the masked cultivator were hardly noticed apart from some particularly sharp individuals. As for the large ugly man's forceful exchanges and the frequent disappearance of materials, they had caused great tremors in the southern portion of the great Jin's cultivation world. The various cultivation sects were furious at the theft of their materials, and they dispatched disciples to find this mysterious thief. As for the large ugly man, the various sects backing the victimized clans had begun sending men to find the whereabouts of this imprudent mid-nascent soul cultivator. The Long province was a large province located on the western portion of the Jin Empire. It has tall and expansive mountains, areas filled with toxic miasma, and venomous animals of all kinds. This province was different from other areas of the empire. Only the illustrious righteous Tao sect, the High Sun Palace, and one of the 10 great devilish sects, the Devilwood sect, ruled over this large area. No external powers were able to involve themselves with the province. As native cultivation factions only consisted of small sects and schools, they weren't able to pose the slightest threat to these 2 vast and powerful sects, and were forced to subject themselves under the control of either sect for protection. As a result, the region was split into the west and east. In the west was the Heaven Peak mountain range where the High Sun Palace ruled. The mountain range spanned over 100,000 kilometers of wilderness. The palace was located on a mountain named South Sky Mountain at the very center of the mountain range. Tens of thousands of the sect's disciples resided in the various mountains nearby. With the addition of the surrounding mountains acting as a natural fortress, no cultivators dared to attack the High Sun Palace. Even particularly reckless individuals were unable to break through the grand spell formation surrounding the mountain, which consisted of 13 layers of fearsome restrictions. But one day, when a group of High Sun Palace disciples flew out from the Heaven Peak mountain range, an azure streak suddenly flashed from the top of an unknown mountain nearby. There was an azure-robed youth that stood on a huge boulder with his hands held behind his back. He was silently staring at the group of disciples from behind. Monarch's soul divergence voice echoed through the youth's mind, "Youngster Han, do you truly plan on acting against the High Sun Palace? The sect is amongst the top sects of the 10 great righteous sects of the Jin Empire. It doesn't seem wise to provoke them." Han Li indifferently said, "I know, but we've already collected most the materials we need for the Triflame fan. Now, we are only missing the vast young bird's plume feather and the scarlet fire flood dragon scales." We already acquired information from the market city that many ferocious flood dragons have begun devouring cultivators on the eastern coast of the Jin Empire, and there seemed to be a red flood dragon amongst them. Even if it isn't the scarlet flame flood dragon, we may as well try our luck and see if it is another fire attribute flood dragon. As for the vast young bird, we've looked through all the markets in the south to find that only the High Sun Palace raised it. Where else would we get its plume feather? I have no choice but to risk provoking them. I'm not telling you that you shouldn't steal the plume, but why don't you deal with them out in the open instead? With your current mid-nascent soul cultivation and the rare treasures in your possession, they might be willing to sell it with consideration of your might. Monarch's Soul Divergence said with a chuckle. Hanli let out a cold laugh and said, "Stop joking, senior. An exchange will require both sides to have nearly equivalent strength. I am only a mid-nascent soul cultivator and they have a late-nascent soul cultivator in their ranks. How could a junior like me catch their attention? Furthermore, the High Sun Palace's two vast young birds are considered a legacy of theirs. They wouldn't allow me to pluck its feather and cause a great decrease in its cultivation. If I brought out lowly treasures, they wouldn't be valuable enough to be worthy of their consideration, but if I brought out rare treasures instead, they would be tempted to kill me over it. Since I am a mere vagrant cultivator, they don't need to give me much consideration given the scope of their power. I am not willing to risk my safety over their whims. If I were a late nascent soul cultivator, I might be willing to give it a try." Monarch's Soul Divergence pondered in silence for a spell and said, "Your words are reasonable. However, you've been wandering around the edge of the mountain range for over 10 days. Could it be you're waiting for a vast young bird to fly out? But from your actions, it also seems like you're looking for something. Just what are you planning?" Han Li's eyes wavered and he smiled, saying, "It's nothing. I'm only finding a suitable place to put down a trap." "Set up a trap? Since you dared to act against the High Sun Palace, it is right to be stealthy. Tell me about your plans." Han Li glanced at the heart of the mountain range and chuckled, "Wait until I find a suitable location and I'll tell you about it in detail. They have a larger and a smaller vast young bird. I wonder which one is more suitable to trap." Monarch's Soul Divergence lazily asked, "What's the point of talking about it? I hear the larger vast young bird is a grade 8 demon bird. Do you think you'll be able to capture it in a short amount of time?" Han Li pondered for a moment and then nodded, "That's right. The only reason why birds of antiquity would remain under the control of the High Sun Palace is because their intelligence is difficult to awaken and they are unable to take human form in the mortal realm. I hear the smaller of the two birds should be weaker by an entire grade, so it should be easier to deal with." With a regretful tone, Monarch's Soul Divergence mentioned, "But if you use the plume of the grade 8 vast young bird to refine the triflame fan, its might would be even greater." Han Li shook his head, "Forget it. Nothing in this world is perfect. It is simply too dangerous to deal with the grade 8 vast young bird. In the extra time it would take, I fear I would alarm many High Sun Palace disciples. I don't want to repeat what happened in the soaring sky plains." Monarch's Soul Divergence chuckled, "Yes, that sounds right. But regardless of their size, they will only occasionally fly out from the High Sun Palace. How do you plan on capturing one of the birds?" Han Li coldly smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've already used the Dream Tear technique on one of their disciples. Fearing that the birds would become difficult to control in prolonged confinement, the sect releases the birds every month to stretch their wings. This will be our opportunity to act. Since you already know this, there is no use for any of my advice. However, you mustn't take too long and miss the trade fair at the Jin Empire's capital city. It should have many materials that I'm missing for my puppet body." Monarch's Soul Divergence warned. The capital trade fair is one of the 3 great trade fairs in the Jin Empire and only occurs once every 10 years. I wouldn't want to miss it in any case. When this is done, I'll hurry over to the Empire capital and afterwards, we'll have to find those flood dragons on the Empire's east shore. Hanli said his future plans with a calm tone. That will do. But nevertheless, your recent actions have earned my respect. I originally believed you would need at least 4 years in order to reach your current collection of materials. I didn't think that you'd be able to effectively tackle the problem from 2 angles. With your hidden and open methods, you were able to gather most of the items you needed in only a single year. TCH, your decisiveness to act are beyond my expectations. It was clear from Monarch Soul Divergence's voice that he was greatly satisfied with Han Li's methods. Han Li paused for a moment as his expression stirred. He then said, I also wish to use a slower, more reliable method to look for materials, but time was limited. Although Senior's primal soul has the support of the soul-nurturing wood, its effects are clearly too weak. If I wish to create your nascent soul-grade puppet body, I'll need to be as quick as possible. After a wry chuckle, Monarch Soul Divergence helplessly said, so you were being considerate. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. I can only last 3 or 4 years at most. My primal soul is on the verge of scattering. But at the speed that you're collecting materials, I have high hopes my puppet body will be refined before I reincarnate. After letting out a long sigh, Hanli said with a serious tone, ever since I've met Senior, you've helped me many times. I'm not a heartless person and I've committed these acts of kindness to memory. I will do my utmost to fulfill your dreams. Deeply touched, Monarch Soul Divergence also let out a sigh and honestly said, in truth, I was only helping you in self-preservation. After all, if I were to fall into someone else's hands, I feared that nothing good would come of it. Hanli smiled and in a flash of azure light, his body disappeared in the wind. 2 days later, Hanli discovered a small valley filled with peach trees. The valley was stained pink from the blooming peach blossoms that littered it. Hanli floated above the valley and observed it in its entirety, then releasing his spiritual sense to cover a 50-kilometer area. With an expression of satisfaction, he flew to the center of the peach tree forest and muttered, not bad, this place is quite remote and there are no high sun palace cultivators stationed nearby. This valley is ideal to place down a spell formation. Then without another word, Hanli began to set himself to work. In a single breath, 8 sets of various formation flags and plates were placed in the forest. 5 of these formations were meant to conceal auras and isolate chi from the outside while 3 of them meant to restrain the spell formation. Additionally, he placed down an illusion formation, covering the true appearance of most of the forest. Monarch Soul Divergence viewed this with great curiosity, but barely managed to keep himself from asking any questions. With everything set up, Hanli went to the center of the peach tree forest and sat down cross-legged, entering a meditative state. 3 days passed, and Hanli stirred awake from meditation. He raised his head toward the night sky and a moonlight stone appeared in his hand. He flung it into the air and sparkles of moonlight illuminated the nearby peach trees. Without the slightest noise, he then took out a meter chunk of red coral and tossed it down before planting rainbow skirt grass on top of it. This is the method that you've prepared. Although he had seen Hanli feed the gold-devouring beetles with the grass to miraculous effect, he was very baffled to see it used now. When Hanli heard this question, he smiled and said, in truth, this grass has another name, the demon lure grass. Senior should know what I plan on using it for. Demon lure grass. Could it be? Monarch Soul Divergence suddenly dawned with realization. That's right. In 6 days, the smaller vast young bird will be released, and the grass will bloom as well, releasing its bewitching scent. When the time comes. Hanli coldly snickered. Fong Chu was mid-foundation establishment High Sun Palace cultivator. There were nearly 1,000 of his kind that could be found in the entirety of the sect. It was reasonable to say that he was an unremarkable character, but in truth, this was quite the opposite. Let alone other foundation establishment cultivators, even core formation stage Marshall seniors had to treat him politely, and even when benefits arose in the palace, he would be the first foundation establishment disciple to be considered. Fong Chu's unusually high standing in the High Sun Palace was something he was rather proud of, though this was all due to his duties as the caretaker for the sect's smaller vast young bird. He possessed an innate special ability to communicate with birds, and were it not for this rare and irreplaceable talent, he wouldn't have been assigned this task. After all, as the bird's caretaker, he had a certain degree of control over it, something that was heavily valued by the sect. Although this was the weaker of the two sects' vast young birds, it was still able to easily defeat late core formation cultivators and directly pursue nascent soul cultivators. It was no wonder the bird was held with such reverence. Over the 30 years Fong Chu had cared for the bird, he would stay next to it at all times, even cut his cultivation time to follow after the spirit bird when it would liberate its wings, during which not a single problem arose. As this was only another routine flight, he didn't feel the need to be worried. With the surrounding 50,000 kilometers of the Heaven Peak mountain range were all under the control of the High Sun Palace, what could possibly happen? With those leisurely thoughts in mind, he distantly followed after the vast young bird on an early morning. The vast young bird was only about 3 meters long, but its long tail feathers made up over half of its length. From a distance, the bird appeared like a huge peacock, but there wasn't one with such beautiful fire-red feathers. The bird was ecstatic. After it was released from the restrictions of the High Sun Palace, it flapped its fire-red wings and continuously flew circles in the sky to ensure no one was following it. With ordinary methods, Fong Chu wouldn't have been able to conceal himself from the bird's spiritual sense, but he was using a chi concealment talisman that the sect had specially refined. As such, he was able to follow after the bird without any fear of being discovered in spite his shallow cultivation. When the bird let out a clear cry, Fong Chu wore a knowing smile. He had spent a long time with it and knew the vast young bird was extremely happy at the moment. After this trip, the bird would be docile for the next half-month. As a result, the bird calmly circled the sky above the High Sun Palace for a long while before flying away. Fong Chu didn't feel the slightest concern. As per its usual habits, the bird would fly a large circle around the sect before turning satisfied. As it was a leisurely flight, he could follow after it. But after 15 kilometers, there was a sudden change in course. The vast young bird suddenly stopped in its delighted flight with a harsh shriek. Fong Chu was stunned when he heard this. Before he realized what had happened, he saw the bird quickly spreading out its wings and its body combusted, surrounding itself in a meter layer of scarlet flames. Several blurs later, it was already over a kilometer away. Fong Chu was shocked to the core when he saw this. By the time he recollected himself, he hastily took out a jade tile and poured all of his spiritual sense into it. It promptly released a strange birdsong in an attempt to call the bird back. The vast young bird heard it and hesitated for a moment, only to noisily caw before disappearing off into the horizon. When Fong Chu saw this, his face turned bloodlessly pale and he simply floated in the air, bewildered at what to do. But soon, he thought of something and took out a sound transmission talisman from his storage pouch before he hastily shouted something. Then, he flung the charm into the air and it streaked back in fiery light towards the direction of the High Sun Palace. He gritted his teeth and set off in the direction that the vast young bird disappeared in. Despite knowing that it was useless for him to pursue it, if he was waiting idly when his martial ancestor found him, he would be severely punished. As Fong Chu hurriedly gave chase, the other spirit beasts in the Heaven Peak mountain range let out an uproar. In the northern part of the mountain range, many low-grade High Sun Palace disciples were strenuously attempting to hold down the huge vultures they were riding. The riders had suddenly lost control of these low-grade spirit birds as they attempted to take off in a different direction and soon, all of them were drenched in their own sweat in their efforts to keep control of their mad steeds. In a hidden cave at the edge of the mountain range, there was a masked cultivator in yellow-green robes. He was holding down a black, foot-long spider with a large hand made of green light. He looked at the enraged, snarling spider with complete confusion. On South Heaven Peak, inside a concealed hall in the High Sun Palace, an old woman wearing purple robes was stroking the other vast young bird, an exact copy of the other bird apart from its larger size. It had suddenly grown restless without warning. Were it not for her excessive use of spell seals to pacify the bird, it would have flown out from the hole. She couldn't help but wear an awed expression in response. Feng Chu used his magic power without reserve as he gave chase. The vast young bird had already disappeared without a trace, but the jade medallion in his hand was able to sense the bird's location so long as it was within the Heaven Peak mountain range. But just after he gave pursuit, he discovered something incredibly shocking. He saw a few low-grade demon beasts emerge from well-hidden burrows and flew off in the same direction as the vast young bird with reckless abandon. In a short amount of time, it formed a wave of demon beasts, some of which were rarely ever seen. However, Feng Chu had nothing to fear as the sect's high-grade cultivators had already eliminated all high-grade demon beasts from the mountain that could pose a threat to the vast young birds. Regardless, Feng Chu felt even more uneasy after seeing that the mountain beasts had also lost control. In a hidden valley, thousands of kilometers away, Han Li was sitting cross-legged on the ground. There was a chunk of coral in front of him along with rainbow skirt grass wrapped in red light. At that moment, Han Li's attention wasn't focused on the grass, but the situation outside of the peach tree forest inside the valley. Several tens of low-grade spirit beasts had already gathered near the valley's restrictions, attempting to break through with all their power for the six-leaved rainbow skirt grass inside. Han Li was truly surprised by the number of low-grade spirit beasts in the Heaven Peak mountain range. However, he didn't pay them much regard and instead closed his eyes, facing the direction of the High Sun Palace. He reckoned the potency of the rainbow skirt grass would be enough to lure that grade 7 bird over. Furthermore, its speed should be much faster than ordinary magic treasures. It shouldn't be long before it arrives. Shortly after, Han Li's calm expression stirred and he opened his eyes. With a hand gesture and a snort, he suddenly released several magic seals from his hands, activating the outermost illusion formation in the valley. A layer of white light promptly emerged from the ground and instantly concealed the forest from view. At that moment, the wild and savage roars could be heard along with the clear cry of a bird. A huge yellow ball of light and a scarlet fireball simultaneously arrived above the valley, clearly bewitched by the rainbow skirt grass. When Han Li saw this, he let out a yelp and revealed an astonished expression. Han Li found two overbearing presences appear in front of the valley. The fireball faintly contained the silhouette of a bird. As for the ball of yellow light, it appeared to be a demon beast rolled up in a ball. Its body was covered in a thick, tough yellow hide. It was wrinkled and folded as if it were a layer of armor. And from within its fat body poked out a sharp rat's head and a slender tail. It appeared to be a huge demon mouse variant. What manner of strange demon beast is this? Han Li asked. An armored earth dragon, what an extremely rare spirit beast. Monarch Soul Divergence shouted with delight, it's widely known for its defensive prowess and ability to find treasures. It is fortunate that it has appeared before you. Oh, it's that beast. I had a feeling I recognized it. As soon as Han Li spoke, the two demon beasts charged into the valley's white mist one after another, aiming to acquire the rainbow skirt grass underneath within. In response, he summoned a green formation plate into his hand. With a slap, the plate glowed with bright light, raising the outermost layers of the valley's restrictions and trapping the vast young bird in the lead. The ball of yellow light hastily followed after it, but was blocked once the spell formation was activated. The armored earth dragon was furiously alarmed from the sudden obstruction, and its body shimmered with yellow light, expanding to the size of 24 meters. Layers upon layers of gray plate emerged from its body, and it rolled into a ball before fiercely knocking against the barrier. With a huge bang, the strike destroyed the two outermost layers of the restrictions. After a pause, the beast continued to strike away at the remaining restrictions. This short delay gave Hanli ample time to restrain the vast young bird. After the bird collided against the restrictions, it waved its wings and scattered scarlet fireballs all around it, dispersing most of the mist below it and revealing the forest filled with blooming peach trees. With a quick scan of its eyes, it quickly spotted Hanli and the source of its bewitchment, the rainbow skirt grass. Even without a fully developed intelligence, Hanli's unconcealed mid-nascent soul cultivation invoked fear in the bird. It circled above, not daring to stoop too low, but unable to escape the incredibly powerful enticement of the rainbow skirt grass. As the bird hesitated, Hanli expressionlessly raised his hand and a black talisman shot out. In a flicker of black light, the talisman turned into a black ghost claw and reached out to grab the vast young bird. The bird was deeply shocked, and without another thought, it released over 30 fist-sized fireballs with a flap of its wings. They ruptured against the ghost claw, covering the black light with raging inferno and disabling it for the time being. Astonished, Hanli soon formed an incantation gesture with his hands, and silver wings emerged from his back. With a ring of thunder, he disappeared without a trace, followed by his reappearance in a flash of silver light 10 meters above the bird's head. He then clapped his hands together with a gloomy expression before separating them to release two dense bolts of golden lightning from his palms, only for them to rupture midair and form a huge net of lightning. Devoting its attention on blocking the black ghost claw, the vast young bird was completely caught off guard, and was trapped underneath the cackling net of lightning. In a panic, it shook its body to shed off a few of its feathers, turning into a dense fiery blaze that struck the net of lightning, followed by a chain of explosions. A cold glint appeared in Hanli's eyes when he saw this, and he shook his wrist, uttering, "Restrain." The large net of lightning wildly flashed and pushed against the flames as it closed in. In a brilliant display of golden light, the vast young bird was restrained by the thick, dense net of lightning. No matter how hard it attempted to escape, it couldn't make the slightest movement, causing it to let out a defeated cry. Hanli smiled in joy at the sight of this, but at that moment, he heard a huge explosion from above him. He raised his head in shock and saw that the armored earth dragon had finally broken through the layer of the restrictions he placed around the valley. He had to admit, his hastily placed spell formations were truly too weak to hold against a grade 7 demon beast. The dragon had uncurled itself from its armored ball state and charged into the valley, catching sight of Hanli and the vast young bird restricted in a prison of golden lightning. Its pair of small emerald eyes flickered about, and a clear expression of fear could be seen from its face. When Hanli saw this, his heart stirred. The armored earth dragon appeared quite intelligent. In spite of its fear, a trace of cunning was betrayed from its eyes when it saw the rainbow skirt grass on the ground. It shot towards the ground in a flicker of yellow light. "Stop it. It is capable of earth evasion techniques. You won't have a chance of capturing it once it reaches the ground," Monarch Soul Divergence warned. "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements," Hanli replied with a calm smile. When the dragon arrived on the ground and saw that there was nothing protecting the rainbow skirt grass, it gleefully pounced towards it with a wide-open mouth. But in that instant, 12 streaks of sparkling icy chi suddenly shot out from the ground surrounding the grass. Well into the air, it was too slow to react and couldn't avoid being struck by the icy chi, sealing it in a layer of ice. White light flickered from the ground to reveal 12 half-foot-long snow-white centipedes. Icy chi trailed from their mouths. When Monarch Soul Divergence saw the frozen beast, he chuckled and said, "So you had your centipede stationed around it. I had worried for nothing." The armored earth dragon was quite durable and hardy, but it wasn't enough to protect against the combined frost chi of 12 six-winged frost centipedes. It was no surprise the ambush was effective. Hanli indifferently said, "I set them there just in case. I hadn't expected that they would come across an armored earth dragon." With that said, he blurred and appeared behind the vast young bird, his eyes focused on the many of its tail feathers. He smiled at the bird and said, "I know you should be intelligent enough to understand a few of my words. I have no intention of harming you, so would you rather release your tail feathers, or have me rip them off?" The vast young bird clearly understood him. Its body trembled in response and it fiercely screeched in a display of unwilling resentment. Han Li's expression turned sullen and he coldly snorted. Without another word, he wrapped azure light around his hand and reached towards the bird's rear. A trace of fear appeared on the bird's eyes. Helpless, it could only shake all of its tail feathers off in a flicker of red light. These feathers were linked to its body's essence and blood vessels. If they were forcefully pulled out, its body would suffer quite a bit of damage. If it took the initiative to abandon them, it would still suffer a loss of strength, but it could avoid unnecessary injuries. Han Li was delighted to see this, and he caught all of the feathers in his hand. Then, he took out a jade box he had prepared and quickly placed them inside. With the lid of the box sealed with several talismans, he carefully put it away in his storage pouch. With that done, he placed his hand on top of the vast young bird's head and poured a bit of spiritual power into it, knocking it unconscious. He let out a smile and turned his attention to the frozen armored earth dragon. Although the demon beast was trapped in a thick layer of ice, it was still conscious. As such, its small eyes betrayed terror when it saw that Han Li had turned his attention toward him. Han Li then flew down in a streak of azure light. A quarter hour later, a band of brilliant gold light arrived above the valley at the speed of lightning. It circled once in the air before fading away to reveal the old purple-robed woman that was previously in the High Sun Palace's secret hall. At her side stood an extremely solemn Fang Chu, who stifled his breath in an attempt to attract less attention. At that moment, the restrictions covering the blooming peach tree forest in the valley had completely disappeared. There was simply an unconscious vast young bird that had its tail feathers plucked lying beneath a tree. When the old woman saw this, she swept her spiritual sense across it in alarm. Although she found that the bird had suffered a loss in strength from its missing tail feathers, she grew relaxed. But after she took another look at the bird's rear, anger bloomed in her heart. "Take a look at the bird and see if you can awaken it," the old woman commanded with a serious tone. When Fang Chu heard this, he repeatedly nodded in a display of complete obedience and hurriedly flew down. If it weren't for the High Sun Palace's ancestor finding him along the way, he wouldn't have been able to reach this location at this speed. The old woman was looking around her, and with some thought, she closed her eyes and slowly released her spiritual sense to search for the impudent culprit of this act. A short moment later, her expression changed as if she suddenly found something. She hurriedly barked orders to Fang Chu down below and hurriedly flew off in a golden streak of light. Once she was over 100 kilometers away, she stopped a strange-looking cultivator that was about to leave the mountain range. Brimming with suspicion, the old woman coldly asked, "Look who I've found, it's fellow Taoist Ma of the Devilwood sect. Why aren't you peacefully cultivating at your sect? Why have you stealthily arrived at our Heaven Peak mountain range? Was the demon beast's uproar your doing?" She was speaking to a masked yellow-robed cultivator. His eyes had an inhuman golden glow. The masked cultivator let out a dry laugh and spoke with a fearful tone, "Fellow Taoist son, you've arrived quickly, but I'm afraid you found the wrong person. I was only chasing after a demon beast and had mistakenly entered your mountain range. I also witnessed the uproar of low-grade demon beasts and was trying to find the cause of it as well. As purple light covered the old woman's face, she snorted and spoke with an imposing voice. You were chasing a demon beast. Does fellow Daoist Ma think that I've gone senile? You're a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator well known throughout the empire for your movement techniques. What beast would have you pursue it to our Heaven Peak mountain range? I've already searched the area of over 100 kilometers around us, and apart from you, I wasn't able to find any other cultivators that were capable of what had just happened. What happened? Could it be that the demon beast uproar damaged the High Sun Palace in some manner? I respect late nascent soul seniors such as yourself as shown from my politeness, but I can't help but think that you're framing me. Although I might not prove to be your opponent, I'm not helpless either. There are a few disciples in my sect that know I entered the Heaven Peak mountain range. It'd be better for you to give it another thought before you provoke a war between the righteous and devilish Tao. Although the masked cultivator appeared fearful at the idea of a fight, he was unyielding and golden light began to shine from his eyes. The old woman narrowed her eyes and after a long while, she coldly asked, You truly didn't do it? The masked man relaxed after hearing her and he assumed a submissive attitude. If fellow Daoist son needs me to, I can swear a devil-hard oath, but I still don't know what happened to your sect. The old woman's expression relaxed and said, Fellow Daoist doesn't need to swear an oath. You shouldn't be the one who did it. With your position in the Devilwood sect, you wouldn't have done something disgraceful of your rank. Besides, I've never heard that you have the abilities to attract demon beasts. But since your esteemed self came over to our Heaven Peak mountain range to find a demon beast, it must be quite rare. How about you tell me about it? Knowing that he had to tell the truth to free himself of suspicion, he hastily explained, The demon beast is truly rare, but I fear it isn't nearly on the same level as your sect's vast young bird. It was an armored earth dragon that had just ascended to grade 7. I discovered it in a mountain in the adjacent province, but it was extremely clever and was proficient in earth movement techniques. I've chased it for nearly a week before arriving here. A grade 7 armored earth dragon, the old woman shouted in astonishment, that truly is a rare demon beast, especially one at such a high grade. It is no wonder why fellow Daoist Ma was so rash. Now that fellow Daoist had departed, does that mean you had captured it? I've long heard of the beast's fame, but I've never been able to see it with my own eyes. Could you give me a look? I fear I must disappoint you, fellow Daoist Sunday. In the demon beast uproar, my secret techniques suddenly lost effect and I could no longer track the beast down. But, a glint appeared in the old woman's eyes. But just as I was looking for the beast, I saw a streak of azure light pierce through the sky. It was rather quick and didn't appear to belong to a cultivator from your palace. I reckon they had something to do with the strange uproar in the mountain range. I was thinking about pursuing them and figuring out what had happened, but it were too fast. I lost sight of it after a moment. Then, fellow Daoist son found me. The masked man let out a wry laugh. The old woman's expression stirred and she quickly asked, An azure streak. And you said that they were just here. Which direction did they go? The masked cultivator blinked and calmly answered, They flew out of the mountain range. With your abilities, you might be able to pursue them. With a new trail acquired, she quickly uttered, Many thanks, fellow Daoist Ma. I will be taking a look for myself. And since that armored earth dragon disappeared, you should leave the mountain range as well. Our sects and allegiances are at odds and have their own territories. When I return, I don't want you to see lingering here. Then she took off in a stream of golden light. When the masked man saw her fade into the horizon, he let out a sneer and muttered, That old witch is as hard to deal with as the rumors said. After she acquired the information she wanted, she immediately turned hostile. Our sects are at odds. Ha, you just want to take the armored earth dragon for yourself. If I sensed it correctly, that azure streak should have something to do with the disappearance of the armored earth dragon. And the speed was no less than a late nascent soul stage cultivator. It won't be easy to chase them down. She also appeared quite flustered when she arrived, as if that other cultivator had made the High Sun Palace suffer quite a bit. What a happy affair. He then lowered his head to look at the spirit beast pouch at his waist. With a smile, he muttered, although it's not the armored earth dragon, I did acquire a black blood spider, making the trip quite worth it. That dragon's appearance was rather convenient for that person. He drove it mad using some unknown method. The masked man suddenly raised his head and then muttered, actually, it must have been a method of attracting demon beasts. I'll have to quickly report this to Senior Marshal Brother Moo. After looking around him one last time, he surrounded himself in green light and tore through the skies. The old woman surnamed Sun flew out for nearly half a day and continuously swept her spiritual sense past thousands of kilometers, but she hadn't discovered anything suspicious. Helpless, she could only return and quickly suppressed information of what had happened. If the other sects found out, the High Sun Palace would become a laughingstock. Fortunately, the person who acted against the vast young bird only took away its tail feathers instead of killing it. Given 30 years and many spirit medicines, it should fully recover its strength. As a result, she could only bottle up her grievances, but in private, she had dispatched a small group of elite disciples to investigate if there were nascent soul stage eccentrics that were looking to refine a treasure that used the vast young bird's feathers. In addition to gaining revenge for the spirit bird, she also wanted to find this person to acquire the method to attract demon beasts. If she could obtain it, taming demon beasts or acquiring their cores would be a simple and easy matter. Of course, she wasn't the only one with that in mind. The Devilwood sect had also sent out many of their own disciples to see if any unfamiliar nascent soul cultivators had recently appeared near the Long Province. The hidden actions of the province's two superpowers frightened a few of the shrewder clans and sects in the region. They all guessed that the balance of the region would soon collapse, and that war between the two great sects would occur. As various smaller powers were panicking, forming alliances, and withdrawing from the region, the atmosphere of the entire Long Province grew tense. Of course, Hanli had no idea that his actions would provoke such an outcome. At that moment, he had established a temporary stone room on top of a nameless mountain to examine the spoils he acquired, the 5 near-illusory flaming feathers. In a rather good mood, Monarch Soul Divergence idly said, the woman who chased you at the end should have been the High Sun Palace's late nascent soul cultivator. While her cultivation was exceptional, her spiritual sense was rather ordinary and she wasn't able to detect you after you restrained your chi. Else, it could have proven quite troublesome. Hanli chuckled and said, at worst, I'd only have to use blood shadow evasion once. I don't believe there is another sacred beast incarnation in this world that I could run into. However, I did have no choice but to hide. That old woman cultivated a movement technique that was quite faster than mine. Of course, and it also appears the risks you took have paid off. Not only have you acquired this many flame feathers, but a rare armored earth dragon as well. If you can tame it, there will be a high chance to acquire other worldly treasures in the future. Monarch Soul Divergence said with satisfaction. That's right, but this demon beast is fully grown. How can it be easily tamed? I'll only be able to succeed due to luck. It is no matter. Taming a fully grown demon beast actually isn't as difficult as one would imagine. Highly intelligent ones are particularly easy to tame. Monarch Soul Divergence spoke with a calm tone filled with experience. Hanli raised his brow and revealed a trace of surprise. Oh, so it was like that. You'll find out. From how intelligent this armored earth dragon appears, it shouldn't be too difficult to tame. I hope so, Hanli chuckled, but I had better first wear down the beast's temper and then find a better time to tame it. First, I'll handle these flame feathers and then head to the Gene capital's trade fair. It's time to see what the greatest city in the Gene Empire is like. I've visited the Gene capital once in the past. Although it was a city of mortals, it was quite imposing and unordinary. Monarch Soul Divergence praised. I want to see the Gene capital even more now. Fortunately, we're not too far away. Treating the feathers should only take a day. 3 months should be more than enough time for me to arrive. Hanli calmly said. Following a flash of azure light, all but one of the feathers disappeared without a trace. Hanli flung the remaining feather in the air, breathing a cloud of azure nascent flame upon it. Suddenly, the feather lit up in a gorgeous display of blue and red light. He then shut his eyes and sat down cross-legged as he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and sank into meditation. A day passed, and Hanli emerged from the stone room to depart from the mountain, heading to the eastern half of the Gene Empire, where the largest city of the mortal world was located, the Gene capital. With quite a bit of time left before the trade fair started, Hanli leisurely flew at the speed of an ordinary core formation cultivator to avoid suspicion. Soon, he left the Long province and entered the neighboring territory without a problem, then taking out the wind-riding chariot and flying off at immense speed in a streak of white light. As he flew, he faintly revealed the aura of his nascent soul cultivation, and the few low-grade cultivators he occasionally flew across respectfully kept their distance. A month later, Hanli entered the Xinjiang province adjacent to the Gene capital. He put away the wind-riding chariot and once again flew with restricted speed and aura. After all, there were sure to be many high-grade cultivators in the heartland of the great Gene Empire. He didn't wish to attract unnecessary attention. 2 weeks later, Hanli was wearing azure Confucian robes as he rode on a worn cart pulled by a sickly old horse. At that moment, he was sitting at the front of the raggedy cart and his body shook along with it. His eyes were half closed as if he were nodding off. In truth, he was secretly refining the soul snow pill he took from several days before. After he emerged from the spatial pocket in Devil Fall Valley, he had already taken over a dozen of them. The pill was worthy of being from antiquity. He clearly sensed an enhanced purity in the celestial ice flames and 6-winged frost centipede's glacial chi that he previously refined. Even the trace of impurities that remained in the purple apex flames began to slowly disappear, producing a significant increase in their potency. It was only quite unfortunate that the medicine pill wasn't easy to consume. Each one would take anywhere from 3 to 4 months to refine inside of him, much to Hanli's disappointment. If he was able to consume a pill every month, he reckoned that in 100 years' time, his purple apex flames could reach the legendary stage of sealing 1,000 kilometers of land in ice. That being said, the purple apex flames currently was no lesser than the peak techniques of the devil and righteous Tao. There didn't seem to be an ability that would able to truly restrain them. As for why Hanli was traveling across the land on this worn carriage, it was because the Gene capital was the mortal capital of the empire. The great Gene cultivation world had an unwritten rule that forbade combat and flying 500 kilometers within the Gene capital, signifying a trace of respect towards the great Jin's imperial government, as cultivators and mortals had a certain degree of codependency in the great Gene. However, nascent soul and even core formation cultivators skilled in evasion techniques would turn a blind eye to this rule. After all, as the only ones patrolling the Gene capital were often vagrant cultivators hired by the great Jin's imperial government, their cultivation usually wouldn't be very high. So long as they didn't discover anybody violating the rules or didn't brazenly fly at low altitudes in plain sight, they often wouldn't raise a problem. Hanli also viewed this rule with disregard, but because he had ample time and wished to finish refining a snow soul pill, he dropped to a small village 100 kilometers away and bought an old horse and cart before leisurely making his way to the capital. Hanli encountered a few low-grade cultivators along the way that were using horseback and carriages to head towards the capital. However, He didn't wish to be disturbed and completely restrained his magic power, making himself appear like an ordinary mortal. As a result, none of these low-grade cultivators had bothered Hanli in the slightest. And because his cart wasn't going particularly fast, he had been passed by at least 10 different caravans. Though Hanli simply minded his own business on the road as he refined a soul snow pill, he frowned when heard a storm of thunderous horse hooves in the distance. With an unchanged expression, he opened his eyes and pulled at the reins in his lap. The old horse obediently pulled over the cart to the side of the road. Hanli lazily turned his head over and saw a cloud of dust surging from behind him. There were banners fluttering within the dust as if in a display of might. As the dust cloud approached him, he could faintly see cavalrymen clad in silver armor within them, each of them with bows hanging on their backs and sabers on their waist. These soldiers appeared rough and weathered, and they were led by a middle-aged man wearing embroidered robes and a long sword at his waist. He carried a large banner at his back with the word "King" boldly written on it. At the middle of the cavalrymen, there were several jade carriages faintly shining with spiritual light, being swiftly pulled by many fine steeds. The carriages didn't appear to be shaking despite the great speed they were traveling at. Magic tools. When Hanli saw the carriages, his eyes turned wide with astonishment. He swept his spiritual sense past them and found all carriages were filled with luggage apart from one that carried the faint aura of cultivators. Although the aura was quite weak, it was quite surprising for common cultivators to mingle amongst these soldiers. He then pulled at his reins and had his cart come to a complete stop, yielding to the group. The army of cavalrymen appeared to number about 400, but when they passed him by, they seemed to shake his cart in a storm of wind produced by their astonishing momentum. Hanli's eyes flickered and noticed that these cavalrymen all carried baleful chi on their body, from fighting presumably. These weren't ordinary city guards, but rather frontier vanguards that would often take part in bloody melees. He heard that the Great Jin were bordered by other unsavory civilizations in the southeast and northwest and that mortal natives would often wage war with them. Only true-blooded soldiers would appear in these chaotic areas. Just as Hanli thought this, the jade carriages passed him by. Someone within one of the carriages happened to catch sight of him from the window's narrow opening and they let out a slight yelp. Hanli seemed surprised by this reaction and he couldn't help but raise his head, catching sight of a pair of eyes that seemed familiar. Just as he wondered who that person was, they had already traveled into the distance. After observing the squad of soldiers that passed him, Hanli grew pensive and eventually shook his head, abandoning his thoughts of searching the carriage with his spiritual sense. The carriage had a few simple isolation restrictions placed on it, and he would be detected by whoever was inside if he attempted to pry. Additionally, they were cultivators only at the chi condensation cultivation. He didn't want to be bothered because of a few low-grade cultivators. After seeing the cavalrymen travel far into the distance, Hanli resumed his journey on the main road. He traveled for 5 kilometers before he arrived at an intersection in the road. A large verdant forest grew at the side of the road and there were a few simple tea shops that were set up next to it. There were many carriages that had stopped here, whose owners entered these simple shops for tea and food. After all, this place was the sole stop before one would arrive inside the Jin capital. Most travelers would stop by for a moment of rest. Hanli's gaze swept around and saw that the silver-armored cavalrymen had dismounted from their horses and were resting at the side of the forest. The several jade carriages had stopped as well, but one of them was opened and empty. As for the silver-robed middle-aged man in charge, he was also absent. Hanli frowned and unconsciously swept his spiritual sense past the many tea shops nearby. Soon after, he urged his horse to continue on the road. But at that moment, one of the soldiers saw his cart and walked towards him in stride, blocking the cart to Hanli's surprise. The cavalryman saluted him and asked with a neutral tone, "Young sir, are you surnamed Han?" "That's right. My surname is Han." Do you have any business with me? Since it truly is young Sir Han, my clan's young mistress would like to have a chat with you over some tea. Recalling the pair of bright eyes he saw earlier from the jade carriage and pondering for a moment, Hanli nodded, your clan's young mistress. Oh. All right, I'll go. Young sir, my clan's young miss is in the tea shop over there. Please follow me. The soldier spoke in a deep voice and beckoned to the side of the forest. Then, two other soldiers came over and took care of Han Li's cart. A short moment later, Han Li entered the shop and came across two women and one man. The man was the embroidered-robed middle-aged man he saw from before. He had long facial hair and a calm, powerful demeanor. As for the other two young women, they were cultivators at the 7th and 5th layer of qi condensation. The man remained motionless at Han Li's entrance, but when the two women saw Han Li enter, they exchanged a glance. The woman with the lesser cultivation bit her lip and then spoke with some joy, Brother Han, it has been many years since I've seen you. I didn't think I'd be able to meet you again. I will never forget the kindness you showed me with your cultivation guidance. Surprised, Han Li smiled and said, so it was young Miss Chow. This is truly a coincidence. I hope you didn't take offense at my sudden departure. This woman was the county officer's daughter, Chow Mingrong, who he had met when he entered the Great Jin several years prior. I'm sure Senior Han had urgent business at the time, so I could hardly blame you. Ah, that's right, I should introduce you. This is Senior Marshal Sister Wang. She had taken care of me when I was still in my sect. We are nearly as close as blood sisters. And this is Senior Marshal Sister Wang's uncle, a general renowned as the illustrious pillar of the Southern Empire. He has received orders to pay audience to the Emperor. 1. An ancient pill formula that requires equivalently ancient and rare medicine herbs. In Chapter 856, Hanli finds these herbs in a spatial pocket in Devil Fall Valley. They are able to enhance the glacial power of a cultivator's ice techniques, making them colder and more powerful. Hanli gave a respectful nod to Chow Mingrong's senior martial sister, but when he heard of the man's unordinary status, his expression stirred and he said, the South Pillar General. So you were one of the 8 illustrious generals of the Great Jin. I've been too rude. Although he understood very little of the Great Jin's court, he was well aware of its famous officials. The 8 great generals controlled a majority of the military strength in the empire. Each of them commanded armies numbering in the millions, protecting the cities at the frontier with hardened elites. However, the reason why Hanli knew about these generals wasn't because of any concern for the mortal world, but that 3 of the great generals were relatives of the royal family. As for the rest, they were given assistance from the various superpowers of the cultivation world to acquire their positions. Even the Great Jin imperial family couldn't easily go against them. And since the South Pillar General wasn't related to the royal family, it was certain he had a relationship to one of these factions. The general smiled and cupped his hand towards Hanli. I have heard from Mingrong that Sir Han is a cultivator. As I am but a mere mortal, how could I dare to act superior in front of you? Of course, Hanli knew he was only being polite. With his identity, he wouldn't find it difficult to attract the service of core formation cultivators but not nascent soul cultivators. Hanli previously revealed to Chow Mingrong that he was only at qi condensation stage, but this person was quite unordinary to treat a minor cultivator like Hanli with such courtesy. And it was also quite brave of him to make his way to the capital without a high-grade cultivator protecting him. With that in mind, Hanli modestly replied, I don't dare to be presumptuous. General Wang is being far too polite. Even vagrant cultivators like me have long heard of your military prowess. Young Miss Wang pursed her lips in a smile and said, Fellow Daoist Han, I've heard you've given junior martial sister Chow cultivation guidance for a time. As a result, she managed to raise 2 layers in a few short years. When my master found this out, she repeatedly praised junior martial sister Chao's luck and suggested that brother Han had likely concealed his true cultivation, as ordinary cultivators absolutely wouldn't be able to produce such inconceivable results. Now that fellow Daoist Han's body is lacking spiritual qi, it clearly shows that you've mastered a qi restraining technique. It appears that my master had guessed correctly. Absorbed in the joy of seeing Han Li again, Chao Mingrong then woke up and examined him to find that his body completely lacked any spiritual qi fluctuations. With an astonished expression, she yelped, "So it was like that? Brother Han, your cultivation must be." He smiled and calmly replied, "At the time, I had encountered mishap and received heavy injuries, greatly harming my cultivation as well. I've managed to now restore it to some degree, but I hadn't intended on hiding this from fellow Daoist Chao." It was clear he had no intention of revealing his true cultivation. Young Miss Wang blinked and she carefully examined Han Li. As a result, she wasn't able to sense anything from Han Li's body. Despite her amazement, she sweetly smiled and said, "In that case, it would be more appropriate to call fellow Daoist Han a senior. I hope senior won't take offense at how junior martial sister Chao treated you like an equal in the past." "Me, a senior?" Han Li shook his head. "I am only a vagrant cultivator in the Great Gene and I don't care for titles. As I am indebted to fellow Daoist Chao, it is fine for her to treat me as an equal." When Chao Mingrong heard this, her expression wavered and then she blushed as she silently accepted Han Li's words. The general heard their exchange and then calmly proposed, so it turned out that Sir Han was actually an expert with profound magic power. "Although I am only a mortal, I do enjoy associating with cultivators. Since it seems you wish to also head to the capital, would you like to head there together?" Han Li pondered for a moment before saying, "Travel together. I accept. Sorry for bothering you." He was just thinking about finding someone familiar with the Gene capital and have them tell him about the trade meet. Now that this illustrious figure has appeared before him, he should know quite a few details despite being a mortal. Afterwards, Han Li and the two women had a quick conversation and he found out that Chao Mingrong's father had successfully promoted from a mere county officer to a military official in the capital. Although his position wasn't higher in name, being transferred there from the outskirts of the empire was a significant rise in status. But when her father moved to the capital, she was cultivating in sealed seclusion and hadn't traveled together with him. When her senior martial sister Wang and her uncle traveled past her residence, Chao Mingrong happened to emerge from seclusion and soon after, she was traveling with them to the capital. As for Han Li, he only mentioned a few passing words about how he spent the past, mentioning that he was recuperating from his injuries and had only recently emerged from seclusion. Of course, he hadn't gone into detail. The two cultivators didn't ask for any further details. After all, Han Li was originally found sealed in ice and his injuries at the time were clearly heavy. They didn't appear to be something that could be healed in a few years' time. At that moment, a waiter from the tea shop brought over a pot of fine tea, and the three cultivators chattered for a moment before drinking it. With the tea finished, General Wang finally began to talk to Han Li and mentioned a few hidden ancient records that were stored in a few of his estates. He currently didn't appear to be a hardened veteran at all but more like a studious scholar. His calm and cultured demeanor along with his friendly words gave Han Li a very favorable impression of him. He also managed to impress General Wang in turn. Although he couldn't say that he was interested in ancient histories, he discovered many secrets as he searched through many ancient records for pill formulas and secret techniques, and he was able to closely capture the general's interest when he mentioned them. After a few short words, they were absorbed in their conversation with another, completely tuning out the other two. When young Miss Wang saw this, she wryly smiled at Chao Mingrong, but she was feeling somewhat gloomy. She was well aware of her uncle's interest in the secrets of the far past, as he was often immersed in collecting ancient records and antiques during his spare time. Now that the knowledgeable senior Han had come along, it was only natural for her uncle to be absorbed in conversation with him. Chow Mingrong didn't have any complaints about this. She simply quietly sat at the side and listened to them talk. When her gaze occasionally swept past Han Li's face, she would quickly turn her eyes away as if trying to hide her actions. Young Miss Wang saw this with bright eyes and found her actions to be quite funny. When she spoke with her junior martial sister Chow on the way, she faintly realized that her junior martial sister had a feeling of affection for the person in front of her. Whenever she mentioned this person, she would faintly blush as if he was often on her mind. This gave young Miss Wang the impression that fellow Daoist Han was a handsome and confident youth, as her junior martial sister wouldn't treat her martial brothers with any particular emotion. But now that she saw Han Li in person, she couldn't help but shake her head. This vagrant cultivator was neither the handsome or confident youth that she had imagined. The only redeeming factor of his appearance was his taller-than-average height. Additionally, he was most likely a foundation establishment cultivator and should have a far greater lifespan than her junior martial sister, who had little hope of cultivating past qi condensation stage. They truly weren't a good match. As young Miss Wang secretly thought this, she began to consider whether or not she should do anything to sabotage this potential relationship. From her point of view, Han Li's cultivation was only slightly high. As the niece of the South Pillar General, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to have Han Li change his mind. If he truly refused, she could simply make a request to the 2 core formation cultivators in her estate's higher and have him obediently go away. So it was like that. In the past, heaven and earth and yin and yang were undergoing vast changes and created unstable spatial tiers, allowing demons and devils to entering our world from others. This is the first time I've heard of such a theory. The 2 core formation cultivators under my estate have never mentioned this to me. Brother Han is truly knowledgeable and has expanded my perspective. However, there is still something I don't understand. Ancient legends spoke of an immortal mountain by the name Kunwu, where a celestial immortal resided. It is said. General Wang still spoke with excitement. After Han Li answered a question, General Wang was about to ask another when a dragon's cry sounded out from Han Li's body. Although it wasn't very loud, everyone in the room could clearly hear it, and they turned to look at him in surprise. Han Li's expression vastly changed and his body flickered with blue light before disappearing out of sight. The 2 women quickly looked around in surprise and discovered that Han Li had appeared outside, much to their shock. He was looking towards the sky with a grave expression. Has something happened, fellow Daoist Han? Could it be you have a magic treasure in your body? Are you a core formation cultivator? Young Miss Wang asked with an astonished expression. As for Chow Mingrong, she was firmly grabbing into a scarf and her complexion paled as she silently looked at him. Han Li quickly regained his calm and then turned to the other 3. It's nothing, I merely sensed an old friend of mine fly past us. Unfortunately, he flew by too quickly and I can no longer chase him. I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself in front of you. And yes, the sound was indeed caused by a flying sword I keep in my body. As my circumstances have changed, I can no longer travel together with you since I have urgent business to attend to. I will be taking my leave. He saluted them and spoke with a regretful tone. Then without another word, he stomped down on his foot and launched himself into the air as a streak of azure light. When the other tea shop patrons nearby saw what had happened, they quickly knelt down on the ground in the panic and began to loudly shout. An immortal! A great immortal had flown past us. They had flown near us. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li arrived on top of a small mountain. He looked at the huge city in the distance and saw carriages and pedestrians busily making their way through the gate. As Han Li continued to watch with a gloomy expression, Monarch Soul Divergence's voice sounded from in his mind, "Leave it be, you've already gained something now that you know the elder devil is in the great gene. You will eventually have a chance to reclaim your flying swords, but now is not the time. You still haven't fully recovered your cultivation and the Triflame fan still hasn't been refined. The elder devil may have been inflicted with grave wounds in the past, but it should have been able to also make a full recovery by absorbing the souls and cores of others. If you were to face it now, your odds of victory aren't very high. Senior is right. If I were to chase it now, I only have a 1 in 10 chance of defeating the elder devil. It is truly too powerful. Previously, I was a bit too hasty since I wanted to retrieve my sword so that I would regain the ability to use the Aureate sword formation. It seems I'll have to wait until you complete your puppet body and after I refine the Triflame fan. However, the devil appeared to have urgent business at hand since he was flying at such a great speed that he hadn't discovered me. As for the 2 bamboo cloudsworm swords in his possession, he wasn't able to subject them to his control and is reluctant to let them go despite this. Since the primary material of their creation is myriad-year golden lightning bamboo and they were tempered with both refined crystal and auric essence, the 2 swords are incredibly valuable magic treasures. If he wished to destroy the swords, he would need to waste a great amount of strength and slowly destroy it with devil flame. There is no way the devil would do something wasteful and fruitless. Finished speaking, Hanli faintly smiled. That's also correct. But with that said, if you were to wholeheartedly hone your flying swords for another 400 years, the power of your sword formation would reach a fearsome stage. It may reach a level of power no lesser than a divine spirit treasure. Monarch's Soul Divergent sighed and spoke with a tone of admiration. During his peak, he never had the opportunity to create a magic treasure using such precious materials. Hanli wryly chuckled and said, "Perhaps, but I have no intention of spending nearly half of my lifespan to honing my magic treasures." Hee, your shrewdness is comparable to mine. If I were half as careful as you were in the past, I might have been able to enter deity transformation stage. As for the reason the elder devil appeared in the gene capital, it most likely has to do with the trade meet. Youngster Han, you must be careful to avoid having the devil recognize you. Many thanks for your concern, Senior. I will be careful. I originally planned on drawing on the support of the South Pillar General's estate to understand the particulars of the trade meet, but it seems I'll have to investigate for myself. If I remember correctly, there is a restaurant in the Gene capital that belonged to the Phone clan. I'll first take a look there and save myself the risk of being noticed by someone perceptive at an inn. After Hanli muttered those words, he stepped off the mountain and directly made his way to the huge city in the distance. Although the Gene capital was said to be unrivaled in majesty and was incomparable in scope by mortals and low-grade cultivators, in Hanli's eyes, it was actually a few grades inferior compared to the scattered Star Sea's heavenly Star City, the greatest city he had seen in his lifetime. However, the Gene capital did have a few aspects that were unique. Apart from the outermost wall of the city, there were 15-meter-tall 6-layered walls constructed every half-kilometer interval away from the city. It was a miraculous feat for this to be constructed through the sole might of mortals. In addition to the many walls of the capital, the city was divided into 13 large districts. The northmost section was the Imperial City, taking up about 20 kilometers of land. The other districts were just as large, but they were densely filled with buildings and roads. To walk past 2 districts from the city gates, he had to spend nearly half a day. Hanli felt quite gloomy as he was unaccustomed to traveling for long periods of time at such a slow speed. Eventually, Hanli found himself standing in front of a 2-story restaurant. He calmly looked at it for a moment with both hands behind his back before walking in. The restaurant was doing quite well for itself, as seen from its mostly filled seats. Hanli casually swept his gaze past the first floor before making his way to the counter. A thin middle-aged man who appeared to be the shopkeeper was standing behind it. When Hanli arrived in front of him, he didn't bother to say anything. He simply swept his sleeve and placed a jade pendant on the counter. It was inscribed with the words, Fong of Ning. When the shopkeeper saw the pendant, his expression changed and he took a quick look at Hanli before calmly taking it into his hand and carefully examining it. Soon, he put the pendant away and whispered, "Follow me." The shopkeeper turned around, paying no notice of any other customers, and walked through the side door. Hanli followed after him. The shopkeeper led him into a secluded building and then he offered the pendant back to Hanli with both his hands, respectfully saying, "So it was the young master who has arrived. This servant Fong Quan pays his respects." It appeared he had mistaken him for the deceased Fong Yu. "Help me find a residence where no one will trouble me," Hanli coldly commanded. "It can't be the restaurant. It'll be best to find a place that has no one else nearby. And you should also keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone else." "Yes. I will find an appropriate residence for the young master. Please rest here, I'll be back in half a day." The shopkeeper spoke without hesitation. Hanli nodded. "Good, go quickly." Shopkeeper Fong left the room and carefully shut the door, then hurrying on his way. Now alone, Hanli casually pulled a chair to the side and sat down before sinking into meditation. Time slowly passed by, and Hanli's face stirred as he opened his eyes. Footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Then, shopkeeper Fong excitedly walked in. "Young master, I've found a suitable place. The master of the residence is an old friend of mine and his family is out traveling. The building is entirely empty and he will not return for 2 years. I've made arrangements and you may immediately move in." "Yes, that sounds good. Lead the way." "I am honored, young master. Please follow me." Shopkeeper Fong walked out from the room with Hanli closely following after him. They left the restaurant from the rear entrance where a two-wheel cart was waiting for them. A hunchbacked old man was sitting at the front. Hanli narrowed his eyes when he saw the white-haired coachman and said, "You are quite accommodating to have prepared a cart. But didn't I say to keep this matter quiet? What's going on with this person?" "Young master, this is old man Wu," shopkeeper Fong respectfully replied. "He is quite sensible, but he can hardly hear anything, so there is no fear of him spreading rumors. And since the residence I mentioned is far away, it would be better to take a horse." "So it was like that. That's fine." Hanli frowned and pondered for a moment before climbing on the cart. Shopkeeper Fong also climbed on and the old coachman shook the horse's reins without the need for any orders. They then slowly set off. Hanli sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. As for shopkeeper Fong, he sat in the corner of the cart and kept silent with a lowered head. They passed through many different roads and changed direction to head to another district. 2 hours later, the cart stopped at a remote courtyard. There were no other residences, causing the region to appear quite desolate. Hanli and shopkeeper Fong then descended from the cart. With a smile, the shopkeeper led the way and pushed open the gate. "This is it, young master. I will go in first and tidy up one of the rooms for you." But at that moment, Hanli suddenly said, "You plan on heading in first to escape the restriction and then have the 3 inside capture me?" Shopkeeper Fong was greatly alarmed and without another thought, he pushed open the gate and was about to run inside, but a strange red thread suddenly made an appearance behind his head. Then, his body was set aflame and instantly turned to ash. When the hunchbacked old man on the cart saw this, he shouted, "Attack!" With a wave of his hand, the old man launched a green flying saber towards Hanli. At that same moment, a yellow mist suddenly filled the empty courtyard, and a black pitchfork and 2 scarlet halberds shot towards Hanli. Hanli sneered at the sight and waved his sleeve, releasing an azure mist. The saber flew into the mist only to be captured and drawn into his sleeve. As for the other three magic tools flying towards them, he casually waved his arm at them and another mist of light appeared from his hand, capturing them all at lightning speed. In a single moment, all of their weapons were completely restricted. Loud frightened shouts came out from the yellow mist and the old man's complexion turned pale. They all realized what Han Li's vast display of strength had signified. Without another thought, the old man released a faint red talisman from his hand and bit down on his tongue to release blood essence onto it, dissolving into a cloud of sanguine around the old man before flying over 30 meters away in the blink of an eye. The cultivators in the mist weren't slow to react either. 3 streaks of varying colored light flew out and scattered in different directions. Han Li's expression sank when he saw their attempt to escape, and proceeded to flick his fingers at the 3 cultivators who had emerged from the yellow mist. They were only able to fly 10 meters away before being engulfed by sword chi. Miserable screams sounded out, followed by a shower of blood raining from the air. Terrified, the hunchbacked old man that escaped in the blood cloud immediately poured the entirety of his spiritual power into the cloud, hoping to reach the street 100 meters away. He didn't actually think he would be able to escape, but if he managed to escape in an area filled with morals and cause Han Li to hesitate, buying him precious time. However, Han Li simply stood in place with a sneer and pointed at the blood cloud. The red thread that had just killed shopkeeper Feng a moment ago suddenly appeared behind the cloud and pierced through it in a flash of crimson light. An anguished wail sounded out and the blood cloud scattered. The hunchbacked old man then fell from the sky and was caught by a large hand of azure light. It had thrown away the 3 magic tools previously in its grasp, bringing only the old man back to Han Li. As for the red thread, it completely disappeared without a trace before making a reappearance at his side. Han Li held out his hand and the thread slowly fell into his palm to reveal its true form as an inch-long flying needle. It was translucent and crystalline with red light pulsing from its surface. He looked at the needle with a satisfied expression. Quite a bit of effort went in to refine the crystallized demon core into this flying needle. Its great might, speed, and stealth were all to his satisfaction. And with a bit more tempering, he could increase its power by another stage. With a flip of his hand, the needle was absorbed into his body. Emotionlessly, he raised his head to look at the hunchbacked old man grasped in the hand of light. The old man's complexion had now turned completely pale in part due to the new hole in his abdomen. When he saw Han Li looking at him, the old man forced a smile out of fear and spoke with a flattering tone, "This is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Since Senior possesses such vast abilities, we certainly found the wrong person. Yes, Senior must certainly be a magnanimous person and mustn't lower himself to this foolish junior's level. I am a mere member of the Guaning's Kong clan. Please, if you have any questions, I will be sure to answer them all." Knowing that his situation was dire, he hastily rambled in hope of somehow persuading Han Li to spare him. However, Han Li stuck a talisman onto the old man's body and he suddenly ceased begging for his life as his eyes became spiritless. "So troublesome, I only wished to know a few things so I didn't have to worry," he muttered softly and then summoned all of the magic tools on the ground into his hand before heading inside the courtyard, followed by the large azure hand tightly grabbing the old man. The courtyard had a very simple smokescreen restriction placed down inside of it. Han Li paid it no regard and with a wave of his hand, he struck it with magic seals and shattered it. Afterwards, he brought the old man into one of the rooms. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li struck the old man and turned him to ash, having him pass away from the world while he was unconscious. Then, he sat down in a wooden chair, and began to mull over his thoughts as he held his chin in hand. Without having to worry about preserving the soul, he used the dream tear technique to scour everything the old man knew. He was a Foundation establishment attendant of the Kong clan that was in charge of their affairs in the Jin capital. This person was actually quite competent. He was able to find shopkeeper Fong 2 years ago and threatened him into paying allegiance to the Kong clan. After all, how could a mortal dare to oppose a cultivator? When Han Li used Jade Pendant to contact shopkeeper Fong, he had informed the Kong clan members in turn, hoping to acquire merit with them. As a result, the old man rejoiced at the appearance of the long-lost young master of the Fong clan and didn't dare to release this opportunity. He set up a trap and personally set off to deliver the supposed Fong Yu to an ambush. But when Han Li left the restaurant, he was able to see through the old man's poor concealment techniques at a glance and asked shopkeeper Fong a knowing question. Unfortunately, there were too many mortals nearby and he couldn't directly take action. As such, he decided to follow them and later investigate the matter. Eventually, he was led into an ambush of Foundation establishment cultivators, each of them posing as much of a threat to him as an ant. He had an idea this was going to happen. Even if core formation cultivators laid an ambush for him, it would still prove to be a laughable matter. As Han Li scoured through the old man's soul, he made an astonishing discovery. After the 3 noble clans of Guaning concluded their joint trade fair, it was discovered that the Kong clan ancestor had his soul devoured and that his corpse was possessed by a devil. As a result, the other 2 clans joined together to request assistance from the sects backing them, leading to the possessed ancestor being struck down. With this, the Kong clan suffered a massive drop in strength, turning from the strongest to the weakest clan in the region. This had also foiled the plan of King Glorious Blaze, who was hidden deep into the Snowmound mountain range. Furious, he directly razed his tomb and released several thousands of Foundation establishment-grade undead soldiers, brazenly forming an underworld ghost formation to destroy all human life in the mountains. The high-grade cultivators backing the 3 clans had a massive battle against the 3 corpses of the ancient tomb. Many of the refined corpses and low-grade disciples had perished, with the disciples' souls consumed by the ghost formation. As for the nascent soul-grade cultivators, they found themselves at a massive disadvantage as they fought against the tomb's 3 corpses inside of the underworld ghost formation, with one of these cultivators even suffering heavy injuries out of negligence. After the battle, cultivators of the 3 clans were trapped on the mountain where the grand auction had been held by the ghost formation, which spanned 50 kilometers around them. They could only rely on the grand formations that were previously established on the mountain to survive with much difficulty. In truth, these nascent soul cultivators had heavily injured King Glorious Blaze in their ambush and had underestimated him as a result. They had believed that since he had been crippled, he should have been easy to deal with. But they hadn't known that King Glorious Blaze had the strength equivalent to a late nascent soul cultivator with the support of his tomb, and with the addition to 2 other early nascent soul-grade corpses, the mortal cultivators became completely overwhelmed in terms of might. Had things continued, the cultivators would have been wiped out, but such bold movements over the span of the month had eventually alerted a late nascent soul cultivator of a nearby Daoist sect. In a display of amazing strength, this eccentric scared the 3 corpses back into the depths of the Snowmound Mountains. The late nascent soul cultivator showed no intention of pursuing the corpses after forcing them to retreat. And after the 3 clans were rescued, they didn't dare to remain in the vicinity and withdrew from the mountain range, giving the corpse monarch free reign over the land and an opportunity for him to rise again with greater strength. However, King Glorious Blaze and the other 2 corpses were also fearful towards the late nascent soul cultivator and didn't dare to rashly emerge from the depths of the mountain. Naturally, Han Li understood the old man only knew a portion of the truth, but he was able to draw a connection with the heavily injured King Glorious Blaze he had seen. After coming up with his own conclusions, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. This King Glorious Blaze was a rather fearsome character. He was already heavily injured when he fought against Master Wildzan, but only needed a short while to recover before raising a large-scale assault against the nearby cultivators. But as someone who consumed countless medicines, Han Li clearly knew that it was impossible to fully recover one's vitality from such grave injuries so quickly no matter what medicine they took. Hanli had yet to fully recover his peak cultivation, for example, despite the number of medicines at his disposal. As such, the only possibility of King Glorious Blaze's sudden recovery in strength was that his techniques as a myriad-year corpse monarch were immensely powerful to begin with, or his techniques had a unique property allowing for a miraculous recovery. As Hanli pondered about the abilities of the corpse monarch, he recalled the heavenly corpse pearl he set aside within his body. He drew much support from the pearl's powerful effects to cultivate the bright jade arts. He was even unsure whether he would have been able to cultivate the technique to the second layer solely with the Vajra relic. The effectiveness of the pearl was perhaps the reason why King Glorious Blaze was able to recover his strength at miraculous speed. Hanli calmly pondered the matter for a moment more before tossing it to the back of his mind, setting his thoughts on making future plans in the Jin capital. Needless to say, he wouldn't be able to stay at this courtyard for long. Someone would likely come to investigate the disappearance of shopkeeper Feng, which would be quite troublesome. It would be better for him to rent a room at a monastery or temple for a time, as it would be much quieter than an inn. Additionally, he would need to pay a visit to the cultivator markets in the Jin capital to investigate the details of the upcoming great auction. Having made certain of his plans, he departed from the residence, leaving no trace of him behind. Hanli's gaze flickered and he answered, "Yes, I came here to look for someone in charge in the first place." Then, he calmly followed the middle-aged man upstairs. When the customers on the first floor saw this, they raised an uproar, realizing Hanli was a nascent soul cultivator. "This is the first time I've seen a nascent soul stage senior, but why does he look so young? TCH, looks like the Hidden Fortunate Pavilion is getting some big business." Shouts of praise and surprise continued to sound out below. The third floor of the pavilion was small, but it was quite elegantly arranged and had two beautiful female cultivators waiting. When they saw the middle-aged man bringing up a guest, they immediately prepared a pot of tea. The middle-aged man waited for Hanli to sit down and waved his hand at the table with a smile. "Senior, please have a taste. This is the Mistrain Spirit tea that our pavilion had acquired at a steep price. It had quite a unique flavor." Hanli ignored the tea and swept his sleeve past the table, placing a green jade slip on top of it. He calmly said, "There is no rush to taste the tea. Let's first see if you have any of the materials I wish to purchase. To tell the truth, I've already been to many stores and I wasn't able to find anything that I wanted. I'm not particularly hopeful that your Hidden Fortune Pavilion will have any of them either. Since Senior is in a hurry, I'll go ahead and have a look. Since you weren't able to find them elsewhere, they must be quite rare." The middle-aged man smiled and summoned the jade slip into his hand before he immersed his spiritual sense into it. Soon, his expression had changed with surprise, but Hanli's expression had remained unchanged. He had seen this reaction several times already when he showed the list to the other store owners. He wanted materials that were rarely ever seen in this world and were rarely heard of as well. The middle-aged man withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and wryly smiled. It is no wonder that Senior wasn't able to find these materials from the previous stores. They are beyond the grasp of ordinary stores. As for our pavilion, we only have a small Thunder Spirit crystal." Having expected more disappointment, Hanli wore an expression of delight when he heard this and said, "You have a Thunder Spirit crystal?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and then explained, "That's right. Senior has come at a fortunate time. Our pavilion had just acquired the Thunder Spirit crystal, but there will be a bit of trouble as it doesn't belong to us. Rather, a nascent soul cultivator with good relations to our pavilion has placed it in our care to exchange it for other materials. If the crystal isn't exchanged for other materials, it will be put up in the coming auction. 1. Magic tools that are capable of expanding in size to create mansions and rooms. They're also capable of having spell formations placed inside of them. Fellow Taoist Fu's cultivation has me in admiration of him. What is there to admire? I've only managed this far with age. The two cultivators then took a seat across from each other and Old Man Fu eagerly said, I'll get to the point. Could you tell me the items that you have for me? Han Li smiled and calmly said, a scarlet essence mushroom. It is over 1,000 years of maturity. This wasn't the same 3,000-year mushroom he traded for in the heavenly south. He had used one of its spores to nurture a new mushroom to 1,000 years of maturity. A scarlet essence mushroom. Old Man Fu's expression lit up. If it is truly 1,000 years old, then I will exchange it for my Thunder Spirit crystal. Can fellow Taoist let me take a look? Of course. I'll take it out right now, but can you let me look at the crystal as well? I've been too eager. Of course you can. Old Man Fu turned to the shopkeeper and commanded, Shopkeeper Zhao, take out the crystal for fellow Taoist Han. Yes, Senior. The shopkeeper acknowledged the order and left the hall. The red-faced old man examined Han Li and curiously asked, Fellow Taoist Han, your appearance is quite unfamiliar, but your cultivation has already reached mid-nascent soul stage. Where have you come from? Have you always remained in bitter cultivation and rarely made contact with other cultivators? Why else would I have no impression of you despite your impressive spiritual power? Han Li smiled in response to the old man's curiosity and replied with a prepared answer, It is no surprise you wouldn't know of me. I've cultivated on a small island overseas. I rarely set foot on the great Jin mainland. Old Man Fu paused in surprise and understandingly said, So you were an overseas cultivator. I truly respect you. I've long heard of overseas cultivators possessing many wondrous abilities, and that they cultivate a school of techniques different from cultivators of the mainland. I hope to exchange cultivation experiences with you. However, it appears fellow Taoist has traveled a very long distance to the Jin capital for the auction that will soon take place. As there were countless lands beyond the seas, it was no surprise that there were nascent soul cultivators who weren't well known. The old man had mostly accepted it as truth. After they chatted for a moment more, footsteps came from outside the hall and a bright voice said, Why haven't I been informed of Brother Fu's arrival at our Hidden Fortune Pavilion? And we have our guest fellow Taoist Han as well. I should have been there to personally welcome you. With that, a pale silver-robed cultivator entered the hall. When Old Man Fu saw the silver-robed cultivator, he called out to him with a familiar tone, He, Brother Wang rarely makes an appearance. I believe that you were still cultivating the turtle spirit arts in seclusion. How could I dare to disturb your cultivation? I had no choice but to stop cultivating the turtle spirit arts at the 7th layer. I reckon that I'll never reach mid-nascent soul stage in my lifetime. However, I have heard from shopkeeper Zhao that a fellow Taoist with mid-nascent soul cultivation had arrived, and that he wishes to purchase the hidden fortune mansion that we've kept in our possession for hundreds of years. With Brother Fu honoring our establishment with your presence as well, how could I not come and make an appearance? The silver-robed cultivator then turned to look at Han Li and saluted him with a smile. When Han Li heard their conversation, he knew this middle-aged silver-robed man was the elder Wang that the shopkeeper had mentioned. He swept his spiritual sense past him to find that he was an early nascent soul cultivator, with a pale complexion that appeared to be caused by a particular aspect of a technique. Han Li smiled and returned elder Wang's salute. Brother Wang is being too polite. I've long heard of the grand reputation of your hidden fortune pavilion and decided to pay a visit. When Old Man Fu heard this, he spoke with surprise, Fellow Taoist Han wishes to trade for a hidden fortune mansion. TCH, as expected of a cultivator from beyond the sea, you are truly magnanimous. It seems the rumors of many treasures across the sea are true. Fellow Taoists must be joking. There are few rare materials overseas, but it can't be compared to the rich land of the Jin Empire. Han Li's words didn't convince the two nascent soul cultivators, but they didn't bother to further pursue the topic of lands overseas. Else, if a high-grade cultivator like Han Li mistakenly believed them to be prying, it would be no laughing matter. At that moment, shopkeeper Zhao appeared behind the silver-robed cultivator. He placed 2 jade boxes in front of Han Li, one larger and the other smaller, and tactfully moved to the side. Since Elder Wang had made an appearance, there was no further need for him to speak. Elder Wang gestured at the larger of the 2 boxes and courteously said, "Since fellow Daoist Han is so interested in our pavilion's hidden fortune mansion, I've had the item brought here together with fellow Daoist Fu's Thunder Spirit Crystal. You may take a look at whichever you want." Old Man Fu grinned and hastily said, "Brother Wang, you will have plenty of time to discuss the hidden fortune mansion with fellow Daoist Han. However, I would like to finish our business first." Elder Wang wore a yielding smile and said, "That will be fine, Brother Fu did arrive first. I didn't know that you were in such a hurry. I am also quite interested in what fellow Daoist Han will use to trade for the Thunder Spirit Crystal." Han Li smiled as well when he heard this and slapped his storage pouch to summon a palm-sized green wooden box into his hand. It was sealed with a golden and a silver talisman. When Old Man Fu saw the wood box, his expression wavered. Han Li then placed the wooden box on the table and silently pushed it toward Old Man Fu. He took the box with excitement and brushed his sleeve towards the table, having the smaller of the 2 jade boxes move towards Han Li in turn. Han Li took the box into his hand with a pleased expression and then opened it to reveal a dazzling silver-white light. Blue light flickered from his eyes, immediately allowing him to clearly see the item producing the light, a fist-sized silver-white stone. After examining it for a long while, he extended his finger towards it. A thread of azure light faintly shined from his finger, and with a shake of his wrist, the thread of light stabbed at the stone. When the light touched the rock, thunder rang out. Then, several thin arcs of lightning leaped out of the box and blocked the light. Han Li sighed and raised his head. With a slightly disappointed voice, he said, "Yes, this is indeed Thunder Spirit Crystal. It is a pity that its quality is only ordinary, but I'll have to make do. One of high quality isn't easily acquired. This piece of Thunder Spirit Crystal is only something that I barely managed to acquire with all my strength after discovering it in the stomach of a rare lightning attribute spirit beast." At that moment, Old Man Fu finished examining the scarlet essence mushroom and appeared quite pleased with it. Han Li calmly countered, "However, my scarlet essence mushroom is completely pure, and is undoubtedly a top-grade medicinal plant." Although he wasn't about to let go of the Thunder Spirit Crystal, he also wasn't going to agree to an unfavorable trade. With complete openness, the old man agreed, "That is also right. With sole regards in price, my Thunder Spirit Crystal is inferior to your high-quality scarlet essence mushroom. How about I give you 30,000 spirit stones to make up for it?" "No need to be so hasty, fellow Daoist Fu." Han Li chuckled and placed the Thunder Spirit Crystal back on the table. Then, he took out a jade slip and passed it over to Old Man Fu. "How about you first take a look at this list? Perhaps you might have one of them or have information of one of them. If I can somehow acquire these materials, there is no need to give me spirit stones. Fellow Daoist Han has other materials he needs." Old Man Fu wore an expression of surprise and quickly took a look through the jade slip. At that moment, Elder Wang was looking at the mushroom in the old man's hands and his eyes flickered as his mind wandered. Soon, the old man finished looking through the jade slip and he gave Han Li an odd glance. He hesitated for a moment and then decisively said, "I'm afraid I must disappoint you. These materials are far too rare and I have none of them on hand. However, I can point you to a place where you might be able to find some of them." Han Li blinked and wore a mysterious smile. "Does fellow Daoist intend to point me in the direction of the coming auction?" Old Man Fu heartily laughed and said, "While the grand auction will be selling unordinary materials, it will be very unlikely that they will have items as rare as the ones you desire. After all, cultivators possessing items as rare as these would rather trade for them." Han Li's spirits were roused when he heard this, and he quickly asked, "From your tone, it seems you mean to say there is a secret gathering of sorts." Old Man Fu wore an odd expression and then began to speak to Han Li through voice transmissions. "Fellow Daoist Han is truly a sensible person, but it isn't a secret meeting. When the decade auction takes place in the Jin capital, it is only natural for other gatherings to form around it. There are two main gatherings, the open trade fair held by righteous Dao sects in the markets that everyone knows about, and a secret underground trade fair conducted by the devil Dao. The items there often won't be purchased with spirit stones but with an exchange of items. But because there are so many rare items sold, the cultivation world had decreed a ban on it, and only those with knowledge of the cultivation world's underground know of it. This would be quite inconvenient for you as a foreign cultivator. But as part of the deal, I can give you a referral to this trade fair. Surely you'll have much to profit from it." With that said, the old man gave Han Li a solemn stare as he waited for his reply. Han Li frowned in thought and then said, "So it was like that. Then I must ask if these trade fairs will take place at the same time. Although I primarily wish to attend the underground trade fair, I don't want to miss the open one either." "It's simple," Old Man Fu replied. "Although both are convened at the same time, the rarest materials in the underground trade meet are deliberately displayed after the grand auction is concluded. Surely, the common materials will be beneath your notice. You won't have to worry about missing them." Without much further thought, Han Li quickly came to a decision and said, "Since that's the case, I'll do as you suggest. I am greatly interested in this underground trade fair." Old Man Fu rejoiced at the opportunity of saving tens of thousands of spirit stones. "Good, I see that fellow Daoist Han is also a straightforward person. On the grand auction's last day, meet me outside the Hidden Fortune Pavilion." At that moment, they were no longer speaking through voice transmissions. As for Elder Wang, who was standing at the side, his heart stirred, but he managed to wear a beaming smile. With the Thunderstone Crystal and Scarlet Essence Mushroom exchanged, Elder Wang smiled and politely said, "Congratulations on reaching a deal. Fellow Daoist Han, would you like to now look at my pavilion's hidden fortune mansion? However, it will be far beyond the price of a single 1,000-year-old Scarlet Essence Mushroom." Han Li smiled and casually said, "So long as it is to my satisfaction, the price will be no matter." Elder Wang's smile grew wider upon hearing his bold tone. "Since fellow Daoist said this, I am convinced you are a foreign cultivator. It should be no problem to take out the Hidden Fortune Mansion for you. Please follow me to a spatial pocket that my pavilion refined. I'll show you the Hidden Fortune Mansion in its entirety." Han Li's heart stirred and he couldn't hide his astonishment. A spatial pocket. What? Fellow Daoist hadn't heard of a sanctuary pocket. Elder Wang patted his hand and then said, "Ah, I forgot." These secret techniques to produce spatial pockets had only been researched in the Great Jin 1,000 years ago. Since you're a foreigner, it is no wonder you wouldn't know of them. When Han Li heard this, his heart trembled and something suddenly came to mind. Can you stabilize a tear? Could one be damaged to near destruction and be strengthened afterwards? Elder Wang's expression stirred and his tone revealed astonishment. Of course. So long as the spatial tear isn't completely collapsed, we can use materials to stabilize it. Could it be that fellow Daoist have plans on doing so? Han Li chuckled and vaguely answered, "I know of one overseas, but it will soon collapse. I don't know if I'll be able to enter it." When Elder Wang heard Han Li's response to the matter, he tactfully kept silent. Then with a flip of his hand, he produced a jade box. I will now release the hidden fortune mansion for you to inspect it. If you find it satisfactory, then we will further discuss trading for it. Han Li nodded. Go ahead, fellow Daoist. With his agreement, Elder Wang didn't further hesitate and opened the jade box, revealing a pure white spiritual light. Before Han Li could clearly see what was inside, Elder Wang quickly uttered the incantation and the box began to tremble. Suddenly, a ball of white light shot out and instantly grew larger until it was a colorless cloud the size of several fields. One could faintly see buildings of white jade within it. Elder Wang then formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the air, causing the white mist to tremble before suddenly dropping to the ground. A huge explosion sounded out and light shined within from every direction. A residence constructed completely from fine jade suddenly appeared. Han Li narrowed his eyes and examined the scene with his hands behind his back. This exquisite residence was clearly smaller when compared to common cave residences, but it had a tower, a courtyard, and a mist barrier of white light, causing it to appear like an otherworldly illusion. After staring at it for a long while, Han Li's figure blurred and he shot toward it in a streak of azure light. When Elder Wang saw this, he quickly flipped his hand and took out a white jade medallion. He shook the medallion at the residence, vanishing the barrier that covered it. Han Li then disappeared into the residence without obstruction. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li appeared in front of the jade residence with an unmoved expression. Elder Wang frowned for a moment, but when Han Li arrived in front of him, he smiled and asked, "Is the treasure to fellow Daoist Han's satisfaction?" The residence isn't large, but it has rooms for pill refinement, beast nurturing, and everything else I can think of. However, there is something that I'm unsure of. I'll need Brother Wang to explain it to me. If you have any questions relating to the Hidden Fortune Mansion, I will answer to the best of my ability, Elder Wang cheerfully replied. Han Li met his gaze and asked, I'll be blunt then. I understand that the greatest advantage of the Hidden Fortune Mansion is that it can be enlarged and shrunk at will, allowing it to be easy to carry, but will it behave like a storage pouch and shrink the items that are already inside of it? And will spirit beasts properly shrink inside without a problem? The mansion is able to compress all furnishings that it was refined with, but living things like spirit beasts will not do. Even if they possessed profound transformation abilities, they would be destroyed from the spatial pressure of the mansion's reduction. Even if they are able to endure the immense pressure, they will be sealed from the outside world and disconnected from the world's spiritual chi, surely leading them to death. Elder Wang gave a full and honest explanation. After all, this was something that would be easily discovered with a bit of testing. After a moment of thought, Han Li added, in that case, would also have to store away the medicinal plants in the garden each time I put away the mansion. Is this correct? Elder Wang frowned in thought and spoke with a blank expression, that's right, fellow Daoist. This is an unsolvable problem for these hidden fortune mansions. Despite that, you are able to summon or send the mansion at your beck and call as a result of its attached restrictions. It isn't comparable to ordinary treasures in terms of value. Han Li smiled, that's also one of the reasons I am interested in acquiring one, but I fear I might not have enough the means to acquire it. You mean to say that you plan on trading for this item? Elder Wang's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. With an easy expression, Han Li said, I have some rare materials on hand that I have no use for. Once you give me the clear details on the mansion's price, we can discuss what to specifically trade for. Of course. All of what we desire is in this jade slip. Please take a look. With a wide smile, his sleeve trembled as he sent a streak of white light towards Han Li. Han Li caught it and then began to read it with his spiritual sense. 2 hours later, Han Li left the gates of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion with Elder Wang sending him off with a smile. Before departing, Han Li gave a salute back and uttered a few words of farewell. Elder Wang stared at Han Li's departing figure and then returned inside the pavilion with a satisfied expression. Han Li was also smiling as he stroked the bulging storage pouch at his waist. After he traded for the hidden fortune mansion using a large number of rare materials, he took out a few demon cores and spirit herbs, and sold them for an astonishing amount of spirit stones. When he thought to sell even more materials, he saw the astonished look on Elder Wang's face, and grew vigilant despite having found the scene humorous. As humans would often kill themselves over greed, Han Li believed that if he revealed any more wealth, it would surely attract trouble despite his status as a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Although the Hidden Fortune Pavilion had a grand reputation and should be reasonably trustworthy, he had to be especially careful since he was under the identity of an overseas cultivator. It was quite possible he had tempted Elder Wang into conspiring against him. With this in mind, Han Li had released a thread of spiritual sense into his surroundings after he left, ensuring that no one was following him. After shortly attending to this matter, he found an empty alleyway, and his body blurred as it underwent a sudden transformation with azure light shining from his clothes. When he emerged, he looked like a blue-robed middle-aged Confucian scholar with long facial hair and a bright face. Apart from late nascent soul cultivators, nobody would be able to see through his true appearance. With this done, Han Li was able to continue browsing shops without worry, but to his disappointment, none of them had the materials he needed. It wasn't that the larger stores didn't have anything of value, rather that the materials the shopkeepers had recommended to Han Li weren't required for refining Monarch Soul Divergence's puppet body or the Triflame fan. And with no lack of ordinary ancient treasures either, he decided not to purchase any. Not long after, Han Li arrived at the end of the street and faced an imposing stone building. It seems we'll have to wait for the auction to convene. It was a simply decorated palace by the name of Treasure Shine Hole. The scope of the building was colossal as it consisted of 3 floors with each story stretching over 60 meters high. The huge building could fit over 1,000 cultivators, was probably the reason why the auction was being held there. There were several Foundation establishment cultivators standing guard at the entrance, preventing ordinary cultivators from entering as the auction was being prepared. In addition to Han Li, there were other cultivators that were loitering nearby the building, knowing that it was the location of the grand auction. Han Li took a deep glance at the Treasure Shine Hall and was about to leave when a group of 4 cultivators suddenly emerged from it. When Han Li saw them, his expression dramatically changed and he turned around with feigned indifference, intending on leaving immediately. But just as he took a few steps, he could hear a sweet voice speaking from behind him, "Please wait, fellow Daoist." His heart sank and his cheek twitched before he decided to remain in place. After turning around, Han Li's expression remained calm as he said, "Do you have any business with me?" 20 meters away, there was a white-clothed woman with a face covered in a veil. She was currently examining him along with her 3 companions. He swept his spiritual sense past them to discover that they were all nascent soul stage cultivators. Most notably, the middle-aged black-robed man standing behind her had mid-nascent soul cultivation like himself, causing Han Li to feel somewhat sullen. Seeing that she captured his attention for the time being, the white-clothed woman's eyes beamed and she said with a sweet tone, "No, I simply wish to befriend you since I saw your cultivation was unordinary. Does fellow Daoist mind?" As the endless sky saintess, I cannot allow you to run free. Wu Bai's heart stirred and he frowned, asking, "The endless sky saintess? You're the saintess of the soaring tribes?" As for the Buddhist monk, astonishment appeared on his face. Lin Yinping calmly nodded, "I've made a poor showing of myself. Yes, I am indeed appointed as the tribe's saintess." Wu Bai ceased his angry appearance and spoke with a more relaxed tone, "Your noble tribe's immortal Su possesses heavenly talents, and had entered mid-nascent soul stage before the age of 400. I had met him several times in the past. How is he doing? Immortal Su is doing well. Around 30 years ago, he had entered late nascent soul stage and became one of the tribe's grand immortals. Lin Yinping inwardly rejoiced at the fact that this old Daoist had a friendship with one of her tribe's grand immortals. As I had anticipated, fellow Daoist Su had already entered late nascent soul stage. It may be possible for him to ascend to an entirely greater stage, given his young age. Wu Bai's expression grew peculiar as emotion began to show in his voice. Faintly feeling that this matter was turning for the worse, Han Li's mind began to quickly churn. Could it be that he would have to face off against these many nascent soul enemies? Or would he have to escape using blood shadow evasion? During his hesitation, he received a sound transmission of Monarch's soul divergence. Those few words had completely freed his heart of worry. Wu Bai had then finished speaking with the endless sky saintess about immortal Shi. He swept his eyes towards Han Li and with some hesitation, he asked, "Fellow Daoist, your cultivation is quite unordinary. Might I ask where you're from? Perhaps I can mediate in your dispute." Although he wasn't sure of his identity, Han Li was still a genuine mid-nascent soul cultivator. Vagrant cultivator or not, he was not someone to take lightly. "I've never heard that I'd have to give my identity and origins to enter the West Gene market. If your market truly has such a rule, I will naturally comply. But if there isn't, I would prefer not to answer." Han Li's expression had remained stiff, but he spoke with an obviously sarcastic tone. Wu Bai's expression grew sullen and was annoyed by his answer, but before he could give a reply, the Buddhist monk at his side chuckled and took the initiative to speak. "Our market has no such rules, of course. Fellow Daoist Wu Bai only wished to use your identity to help you resolve this misunderstanding. If you are unwilling to explain yourself, then all we can do is make sure nothing happens within the market boundaries. But if fellow Daoist Lin and company were to wait at the market's entrance, which isn't within the scope of our protection." These words were spoken with a smile, but their meaning was clear. Han Li coldly laughed in his mind. He swept his gaze past Gu Tianhao and the endless sky saintess and saw their eyes flickering. It was obvious that they were intent on attacking him for the possibility of acquiring the ghost-sifting banner and the holy beast's incarnation. Just as he thought this, Han Li stared at the endless sky saintess and gloomily asked, "So you will leave the matter be so long as you see what I have in my bundle? Well, you might not have any grievances with me. Do you think my resentment is so easily dissolved with an apology? Are you threatening us?" Gu Tianhao's cold voice dripped with hostility. Han Li bellowed with laughter and continued with a grim tone, "It was nothing but a jest. But if you truly are mistaken and force me to reveal my bundle for nothing, do you feel that I won't do anything to right this wrong? While I might not have great abilities, I have quite a bit of mastery over my evasion techniques. Even if you were to attack me all at once, I am quite confident I'll be able to escape. Don't blame me for what happens to your sex afterwards. As a lone cultivator, I don't fear retaliation." With that said, Gu Tianhao and the others had changed expressions. Even the Buddhist monk and old Daoist Wu Bai felt a bit of apprehension. Not only was Han Li a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, but his attitude and words displayed him as a troublesome and vengeful character that all large sects make an effort to avoid. After all, with his cultivation and a lack of responsibility tying him down, he could act against the sect's various disciples and cause irreparable harm. It would be even more troublesome if this person was truly skilled in evasion techniques. Even a late nascent soul cultivator might not be enough to catch him. So long as this person was ruthless enough, even the entire 10 great devilish sects would find him difficult to manage. And as a vagrant mid-nascent soul cultivator, the great sects would attempt to draw him in with all their effort and would avoid offending him at all cost. If it was truly too late to stop him from becoming an enemy, then it would be better to hunt him down as soon as possible. Gu Tianhao and his sect members had decided to forcefully verify Han Li's identity on the behalf of reacquiring his sect's ghost-sifting banner, but immense problem would afflict his sect if he was mistaken, provoking vengeance upon nothing. With that thought, he couldn't help but take a glance at the endless sky saintess. She frowned, feeling quite a headache over the matter. If this man was a truly vengeful character, he would later wreak havoc in the endless sky plains. Then, she blinked with bright eyes and wore a charming smile. Why is fellow Daoist Li speaking with such a grave tone over a minor affair? We only wish to see what is inside the bundle on your back. If I have truly made a mistake, you can list a fair condition to make up for our error. Do you feel that is fair? The endless sky saintess didn't wish to provoke a powerful enemy over a simple misunderstanding and offered a concession. A condition. Han Li coldly glanced at the woman with a blank expression. The saintess raised her head and calmly proposed, "If fellow Daoist Li is willing, I can compensate you with a sum of spirit stones as an apology." Not spirit stones. Han Li coldly laughed and suddenly grabbed the bundle on his back. His sudden movements captured the attention of the nearby cultivators. Han Li simply shook the bundle open for a sheathed saber to fall onto the ground. As soon as it appeared, a series of cries sounded out and it sparkled with golden light. From these traits, one could immediately tell it was an extremely rare treasure. It suddenly made sense to the others why Han Li would be furious at having his bundle forcefully opened, as it would reveal his beloved treasure to nosy outsiders. When the saintess saw the sword, a trace of astonishment was betrayed from her eyes. She released her spiritual sense in disbelief and examined the saber for a long while before finding that there was nothing strange about it, not even the slightest trace of an illusion. When Gu Tianhao and his fellow sect members saw the saber, they exchanged a glance with one another, all of them feeling somewhat embarrassed. As a result of this matter, they had nearly committed a grave error. Fortunately, this conflict hadn't escalated and caused an unfair grudge to be held against his sect. The old Taoist Wu Bai and the Buddhist monk watched this with a silent smile, obviously distancing themselves from the affair. The saintess sighed and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. With an apologetic tone, she said, "It appears I've been mistaken. If you have any conditions, I will strive my hardest to fulfill them to your satisfaction." Han Li looked at her and his eyes focused on an ornament she hung at her waist. "I already have enough spirit stones. How about you hand over that jade pendant?" "This?" She looked at pendant with complete bewilderment. Since she wore it on her body, it was no ordinary ornament. It was an exquisite butterfly-shaped jade ornament that was a rare support-type magic tool, and had an effect of focusing one's mind. However, this item was only precious to Foundation establishment and core formation cultivators. To a mid-nascent soul cultivator, its effects would be negligible. The saintess only valued this treasure as it was a possession she kept throughout her life. What reason could he possibly want the jade pendant? She fiddled with the jade pendant with a hesitant expression. Han Li's eyes flickered and he readily suggested, "What, does fellow Daoist Lin hate to part with it? Then, let's change it. How about that pearl hairpin?" The saintess raised her brow and suddenly came to a decision, tossing the jade pendant over to Han Li. "Of course you can have it, it's only a trifling magic tool. I was simply being a bit sentimental." Han Li caught the ornament and felt a warm sensation. He nodded with satisfaction and made it disappear with a flip of his hand. Afterwards, he beckoned to the golden saber and it flew into his hand with a hum. A gray cloth leaped out from his sleeve and quickly covered it back into a bundle. With it now placed on his back, he turned around and made his way to the market entrance. When the others saw his cold demeanor, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. As Han Li was about to leave, the saintess suddenly thought of something and asked, "We still don't know of your esteemed name. Could you give it to us?" "I am a vagrant cultivator from overseas, Li Feiyu." Without slowing his footsteps, he indifferently shouted as he walked away. "Li Feiyu. Brother Gu, have you ever heard of such a fierce cultivator from overseas? I know many people, but none as heartless as him. The saintess stared at Han Li's back and a cold glint flickered from her eyes. While she couldn't place it, she wasn't able to dispel her doubts about the bundle and still felt uneasy. Gu Tianhao's expression turned unsightly due to his words and said, Lady Lin's question is quite difficult for me to answer. Although the cultivators overseas technically belong to the Great Jin's cultivation world, they are quite independent and few of them ever set foot on this mainland. Additionally, their circumstances are greatly varied. Countless vagrant eccentrics and factions of all sizes exist, not to mention the many grand cultivators that have yet to reveal their abilities. Of course, the three famous overseas immortals are a different story as they have already risen to fame. The saintess frowned knowing that she wouldn't be able to track him down and could only leave the name of Li Fei in the back of her mind. Han Li left the market in a blur and appeared in a nearby street bustling with mortals. As he walked, he faintly smiled and spoke through voice transmission, Senior, you have me in admiration. I didn't think that you could use spiritual sense to deceive so many nascent soul cultivators. Even I couldn't sense the slightest oddity about your miraculous transformation. Monarch's Soul Divergence indifferently replied, it wasn't much. After you finish cultivating the last 3 layers of the Great Development Technique, you could have other cultivators dance in your palm. If I were even more skilled in illusion techniques, killing low-grade enemies without touching them would prove an easy task. With much newfound respect, Han Li sighed, of course. The first 4 layers are already so fearsome. If I managed to cultivate the technique to completion, my spiritual sense would reach unimaginable heights. It is a pity that I don't have the time to refine the last 4 layers of the technique even though Senior has given them to me. Monarch's Soul Divergence chuckled, although your spiritual roots are poor, you have a high aptitude for cultivating my technique. With the addition of other soul-nurturing arts and fantastic items to aid you, your understanding of the Great Development Technique may exceed even mine during my prime. I hope that will be the case. However, there is something that puzzles me. Why did Senior have me take the Saintess ornament? Monarch's Soul Divergence snorted and asked, do you think the Endless Sky Saintess will easily allow you to run free now that she's come to the Great Jin? Han Li sighed with helplessness and said, she'll most likely scour the Great Jin to find me since I took away the Soaring Tribe's holy beast incarnation and seized that strange cauldron as well. It also seems she has joined together with the Yin Sifting sect, and they'll likely prove to be quite a problem later on. Monarch's Soul Divergence slowly said, for that reason, I had you take something from her body. In the past, I had learned the refinement technique for a detection pearl. By using their scent, you'll be able to detect their presence from 50 kilometers away. In the future, you'll be able to detect her and will be able to sense her approximate location. This way, you'll be prepared for any of her attacks. However, in about a year, it will completely lose effect as the item fades with time. That should be more than enough for you to avoid her while you stay in the Jin capital. So it was like that. Thank you for your consideration, Senior. Han Li hastily replied with joy. I wasn't thinking about you, Monarch's Soul Divergence indifferently said, I just wanted to make sure nothing happened to you before you helped me refine my puppet body. Han Li faintly smiled and said nothing else. He made a sudden change of direction and walked into a nearby alley, making a few turns before arriving in a secluded and abandoned courtyard. There, he came to a sudden stop and his expression turned sullen. He then slowly turned around and glared at an area that appeared to be empty. A cold glint shined from his eyes. Why have you been following me? Fellow Daoist Li is worthy of his cultivation. You were able to see through the ghost shadow technique that I've strenuously trained. There is no need for you to worry. I have no hostile intentions. A chuckle sounded out and in a flash of green light, a silhouette made an appearance. Hanli examined this person with narrowed eyes. This eccentric was a shriveled old man with a crafty appearance and an early nascent soul cultivation. His sly face betrayed his thoughts. A hostile expression appeared on Han Li's face and he solemnly said, "You still haven't answered my question. Don't you know it is offensive to follow a fellow cultivators? I could kill you here, and no one would find out." The small old man chuckled and calmly said, "I've only come to find fellow Daoistly with the sincere thoughts of an exchange. There is no need for you to be so fearsome. Rest assured, you will certainly benefit from it." Then, with a flip of his hand, an egg-sized gold-and-silver ball of light appeared. "You want several ancient treasures. You have quite an appetite. While I don't have other ancient treasures, I did encounter this Cloud Night Pearl in the past. Because it isn't suitable for my uses, I will give it to you. Don't be too greedy, or it will surely consume you." Han Li spoke with an unhappy tone and then sent the sphere over with a shake of his wrist. The old man wore a happy expression but his eyes flickered. Rather than reaching out to catch the treasure, he tossed the slug to the side and with a wave of his sleeve, he wrapped the gold-and-silver ball in black light. He used the slug to further verify that the sphere wasn't an illusion and that it didn't have the aura of an owner. He then suspiciously stared at it for a long while before grabbing it. As he carefully examined it, he muttered, "This item's decorative design is quite unique and is much different from ordinary treasures. Could you tell me its effects? It'd be best if you were to personally give it a try. I can guarantee, it will certainly satisfy you." "Right, but don't think that a single ancient treasure will be enough to send me away." As the old man excitedly poured magic power into the sphere, thoughts of further blackmail filled his mind. Han Li's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Yes, it isn't enough." Han Li's voice suddenly turned void of emotion. "So how about I send you off to the afterlife?" The old man was alarmed but was too late to react. All of his magic power was being violently absorbed by the gold and silver bowl. With a light bang, the balls suddenly ruptured into several tens of Han Li's few remaining black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. As soon as they appeared, they fiercely darted towards his face. There was no dodging at such a short distance. Dread simply flashed through his mind as the beetles covered his head and began to gnaw. If it weren't for the dense light protecting his body and his massive cultivation, the beetles would have torn him apart. With so many fierce insects tearing at his face, he was temporarily blinded and began to furiously claw at them with hands glowing with black light. At that same time, he took a breath of air in an attempt to whistle and attract the attention of other cultivators. But then, he heard a snort that caused his blood to run cold. He felt his spiritual sense tear apart in pain as his body convulsed and he let out an agonizing scream. In his shock, he instantly took to the air and felt the sharp pain afflicting his spiritual sense disappear. Then, the beetles covering his face flew off of him, allowing him to see once more, only to reveal a meter-long golden sword wrapped in purple flames cleaving towards him. "Ah!" A scream sounded out. It was too late for the old man to do much except pour the entirety of his spiritual power into the light barrier in front of him and pray. "Even so, if I were to capture it, it would still be of no use since I don't have the formula for the returning sun water," Hanli said with a wry smile. Monarch's soul divergence sank into silence for a long while and then slowly said, "I have no way to acquire the pure sun flame essence, but I do have the formula for it." Don't forget that I searched through the soul of their deputy palace master. After I found the formula, I took note of it because it was rare. If you wish to refine the medicine, I can give it to you. That is great. Perhaps in the future, I'll have a use for it. Han Li was pleasantly surprised by Monarch Soul Divergence's words. With the returning sun water, his chances of ascending to deity transformation stage were greatly increased. Pure sun flame essence isn't something that can be acquired by the cultivators of this world, so I must warn you to not be too hopeful in acquiring it. If it were easy, the North Night Palace cultivators would have been able to refine it, given the many years they've possessed the formula and glacial quintessence. With that said, Monarch Soul Divergence released a yellow jade slip from the bamboo tube, a copy of the formula of the returning sun water. Many thanks, Senior. I'll keep that in mind. Han Li took the jade slip and spoke with a smile. There is also one thing you shouldn't forget. Since your snow crystal pearl was refined from myriad-year ice jade, the intensity of its ice attribute and its power should increase if you add in a few drops of glacial quintessence to it. After this, Monarch Soul Divergence became silent as if he were finished for the day. Han Li raised his brow when he heard this. He would have done so even if Monarch Soul Divergence hadn't mentioned it. But now, there was something Han Li was curious about. Given the fearsome icy chi of the glacial quintessence, could the purple apex flames absorb them? Would it increase their strength by another level? With that thought, Han Li turned his eyes back on the silver pearl on the jade plate. He opened his hand and summoned a ball of roiling purple flames. Suddenly, the ball of flames turned into an exquisite barrier and covered the mouth of the bottle. He then formed an incantation gesture with his other hand and began to softly mutter. In a flash of purple light, threads of flame emerged from the barrier and began to slowly revolve around the bottle, gradually speeding up, making the bottle release a wisp of sparkling silver glacial chi. It appeared as gorgeous as starlight. Han Li took a shallow breath and released an azure spell seal from his hand. The barrier of light absorbed the spell seal and it turned back into a fist-sized ball of flames, completely sealing the glacial chi within the flames. Soon after, Han Li sealed the bottle of glacial quintessence with its cap and he waved his hand at the ball of purple flames, shooting down Han Li's mouth in a flicker of light. With the fireball and the silver glacial chi inside him, he sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, 2-inch large nascent soul opened its eyes in Han Li's dantian. The purple flames in front of it began to slowly revolve around the flickering silver bowl. The nascent soul blinked and formed an incantation gesture, causing its body to brightly glow with azure light. Then, spell seals began to fly out from its hand. The purple fireball excitedly crackled with flames as the glacial quintessence began to burn in an ember of silver flames and began to fuse with the purple flames. As for Han Li's physical body, it had now completely sank into deep meditation. Do you know how long it will take until the clan can help me find those devilish artifacts? Before I enter the Imperial clan and follow your orders, my conditions will have to be fulfilled. Don't worry, Elder Han. We've already found the whereabouts of several of them. We did help you find one, but the others will be more difficult and will take some time, the old man calmly explained. Elder Han curled his lips and a cold light flickered from his eyes. I don't care how you do it. I agreed to serve the Yi clan for 20 years, so you must help me find them. Of course, we won't go back on our word. We already have someone looking into more concrete information and you will be the first to know when we get it. The old man saluted him and then took his leave. After Elder Han watched the old man's silhouette disappear from the flower garden, he coldly laughed as something came to mind. With a wave of his sleeve, a sword with golden flickering light appeared in his hand. The small sword had threads of black chi swirling around it, and it trembled as if attempting to shake off the substance, but no matter how hard it tried, the Black Chief firmly held. Elder Han frowned and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood to cover the golden sword. It let out a wail and its spiritual light immediately dimmed, but it continued to endure as it cried out. "This is truly troublesome," he muttered with impatience. "How is it so difficult to erase the spiritual nature of a sword from the mortal realm? If it wasn't refined from golden lightning bamboo, there would no need to go through such efforts. But since he's already in the Gene capital, this is a seldom opportunity. Not only can I take revenge on him for destroying my main soul and denying my full cultivation, but the flying swords will immediately become masterless and I'll be able to take control of them after his death." A trace of hostility was betrayed from his face and his pupils became pitch black, shining with purple light. His entire body began to show monstrous transformations. In a building at the remote corner of a mansion, there were two men and a woman sitting at a table and having a chat. One of them was the old man with a black hat that had just returned from speaking with Elder Han. The other man was middle-aged, possessed a dignified appearance, and wore a jade belt around his waist. As for the beautiful woman, she was the one who had spoken to the head nun at Royal Serenity Monastery. But this time, her expression was sullen as she listened to the old man's account of his conversation with Elder Han. The middle-aged man appeared pensive after hearing him and said, "You mean to say that Elder Han immediately agreed?" "That's right." As soon as he heard that this person had appeared, a trace of killing intent was betrayed from his face. It appears his hatred for him is genuine. The beautiful woman raised her brow and said, "But not only are their names the same, but their appearances are as well. Furthermore, this Hanli had infiltrated the Royal Serenity Monastery not long ago. It was unsure what his objective was. He possibly meant to harm our clan. And now there are sifting sect members secretly tracking him down. I can't help but feel that something is wrong. While there are certainly matters that we don't understand, we don't need to delve too deeply into it. So long as this Elder Han isn't a spy for any of the major factions and will help our clan, that is all that matters. Not only does he possess great cultivation, but his knowledge of ancient secrets has proven to be essential to our cause over the last few years. We must win him over with all our might. As for the man who shares Elder Han's name, we must pay particular attention to him. Since he was able to provoke the sifting sect to such a degree, he can't be an ordinary character. And since we suspect him to be hostile towards our clan, we should assist Elder Han in disposing of him if the opportunity arises. The old man then said, "The second elder's words are reasonable. However, this Elder Han is from an evil sect and I feel that he is concealing his true power from us. We don't know what he is thinking for us to gather these self-harming devilish artifacts for him. We must be more cautious." With a grave expression, the middle-aged man said, "Little brother Yun-Yi, don't worry too much about him. Apart from the core elders of our clan, we cannot afford to trust any outsiders and have them reveal our true plans. The upcoming grand auction is particularly crucial. The auction will have several items that we require, but we can't have the other powers discover we are bidding on them. Otherwise, they may see through our plans. Since this cannot happen, you must make proper arrangements to acquire them. There can be no mistakes. If we cannot refine those magic tools, our journey to acquire the treasures in several years will prove very difficult." Second uncle, don't worry. Our preparations for the auction are flawless. We've hired unremarkable vagrant cultivators to purchase the items we require. On the surface, they are unrelated to our clan and after the auction is over, they will all be killed and silenced. With some hesitation, the beautiful woman asked, "But how are you dealing with matters on the Emperor's side?" The High Zenith sect Sable and the Heavenly Devil sect Seven Wonders were sent to the palace. Could it be due to the rumors? When the old man heard this, he wore an anxious expression. The middle-aged man's cheek twitched and he answered with a solemn tone, "Rest assured, eldest brother has already probed their reason for coming, the 3 royal monasteries' mountain-crushing seal. Since it is on the verge of completion, the information collected from their many spies and the rumors that we've deliberately leaked had led them to believe that we are refining a treasure. As a result, they are putting pressure on your Yi clan to sell the treasure to them. In fact, this is a good result. With the bait out in the open, they won't take notice of our true scheme. But just in case, all elders that know of the plan are to stay together whenever they go out. If they are not careful, those 2 eccentrics could ambush them and forcefully read through their souls. Daoist 7 Wonders in particular is skilled in all sorts of bewitchment techniques. Even nascent soul stage cultivators will fall prey to him if they aren't careful." The old man then sadly said, "So it was like that. But aren't we letting go of the mountain-crushing seal too easily despite the efforts we put into refining it?" The middle-aged sneered. "Not at all. If one sect were to visit us, we wouldn't be able to resist the pressure and only give in. But with 2 of them here, there is an opportunity to exploit." Eldest brother had already made a plan. Regardless of who the mountain-crushing seal goes to, it will cost them quite a bit. The old man and the beautiful woman exchanged a glance of confusion and could only tactfully drop the matter. The 3 then talked for a moment more before departing on their own ways. Time quickly passed and it was the day the grand auction convened. During this time, the Yin sifting sect had searched all over the city for Han Li's whereabouts, but they had actually only looked at the other markets, inns, and other places where cultivators had gathered. Since Han Li was wholly focused on refining the snow crystal pearl, he hadn't emerged even once. During the morning, Han Li had changed his appearance to a large tan man, and the bamboo tube on his back transformed into a long sword. With his disguise prepared, he made his way to the West Jin market with his cultivation restrained to mid-core formation stage to avoid attracting much attention. As he had anticipated, the closer he approached the market, the more high-grade cultivators he could detect. While a majority of them were at core formation stage and low-grade cultivators, there were quite a number of nascent soul eccentrics. It appeared that the more wealthy cultivators were unwilling to let the grand auction pass them by. After Han Li passed through the restriction and headed into the market, he discovered that the street was filled with cultivators dressed in a variety of unfamiliar styles. As he swept his gaze past them, he discovered several black-robed individuals at the entrance, including Gu Tianhao. They were currently looking at all those entering the market. Han Li inwardly frowned and calmly walked through the entrance without meeting their gaze. But just as he was walking by, a faint thread of spiritual sense examined him and quickly moved on to look at another core formation cultivator. The Yin sifting sect elders didn't look at every cultivator that entered the market with their spiritual sense, only those that they found unfamiliar or suspected to be vagrant cultivators.